are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Coca?
Here.
Councilmember Kamei?
Here.
Councilmember Lieber?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember Showalter?
Here.
Mayor Ramirez?
Here.
You have a quorum with Vice Mayor Hicks absent.
Very much. We will now move on to item 3.1, Affordable Housing Strategic Plan. Spanish translation services are available for this item. We will now hear from our interpreter.
I think we lost her. Let's give her a minute to reconnect.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing. There she is.
Bienvenidos a la sesión esta noche. Vamos a hablar del plan estratégico de vivienda accesible. Si es que ocupa traducción, por favor, vaya al glóbulo abajo que dice interpretación y seleccione el español y se traducirá al español. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The purpose of the study session is to receive input from the City Council on staff's recommended strategies to address anticipated affordable housing needs for the next 5 years. Housing and Neighborhoods Manager Michaela Hellman-Tinger will present the item. I may need some assistance in promoting everyone to panelist.
Good evening, council members. I'll pull up my slideshow if now's the right time.
Yes, please, whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Well, good evening, everyone, and thanks for having us tonight. I'll be sharing our affordable housing strategic plan with you this evening. Sorry, let me just adjust one thing on my screen here. There we are. The purpose of this study session is to receive council feedback on recommended strategies to address anticipated affordable housing needs for 2022 to 2027. And this strategic plan that we'll be going through tonight represents areas that we think we'd like some special focus on from council, either due to observed gaps or new information. It's not representative of all of the work that we're doing in the City Housing Division. Before we begin, I'd like to share some background from our last study session on this topic, which was in 2017, when council directed staff to work on increasing affordable housing for a large range of affordable housing needs, which you can see listed here in this table. The key takeaway is that since 2017, the city has made significant progress on the goals that the council set, as you can see here on the right-hand side of the table. That said, as the city continues to grow as a job center and increasing demand for housing will place further strain on the city's housing stock, and we expect housing costs to continue to increase. The city's affordable housing efforts will continue to be an important piece of maintaining our local workforce, preventing or relieving overcrowding for low-income households, and preventing homelessness. And we can expect that without intervention, our current market will not produce enough households for low-income families, people with disabilities, larger families, and seniors. And that's much of what we'll delve into today. Before we go into our strategic plan, I'll share that staff was guided by the following documents, which are required require us to have certain priorities in the city. The first document was the proposed housing element that council has reviewed and submitted, as well as our regional housing need allocation goals for Mountain View for the coming years, which are listed here. We were also guided by our federal funding consolidated plan, which we've submitted a few years ago to the federal government, as well as the council's strategic priorities, which guides our work. This slide shows some of what's described in the staff report, which is that the city has a large variety of housing options for people with different housing needs. We have housing for people who are middle income, households who earn between 30% and 80% of the area median income, and households who are experiencing homelessness or who earn less than 30% of the area median income. And we see that there are several programs here: ownership housing, below market rate housing, 100% affordable housing developments, and permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, and units for people who have acutely low income. But what we can share, and these are the gaps that we'll be discussing this evening, is that there are still needs for each of these areas. Namely, there are not enough ownership units for middle income households to meet the need. Second, our typical affordable housing developments do not have enough large family units to meet the need. And in fact, the majority of our affordable housing is studio or one bedroom. And third, that there are very few units in the city for formerly homeless individuals or households earning less than 30% AMI. So while the city does have a pipeline of over 100 units for these households, we know that there's about 6,000 households in the city that earn less than 30% AMI. And we also know that the vast majority of safe parking clients meet that same criteria. So we need to find ways to address those gaps. To help address those gaps and some of the other ones we've described, the strategic plan has 4 strategies, which we'll go through tonight. And I'll go through them one by one in a moment. Most of the actions associated with these strategies have been previously discussed with council as part of the housing element. So in tonight's conversation, I will focus on areas that we haven't yet had much time to discuss with council. So the first strategy is to develop a funding strategy for affordable housing to significantly increase our resources to achieve our housing pipeline. To go further, I'd like to take a moment to share our current projections about our affordable housing funds. As you can see here, the city has approximately $100 million available in affordable housing funds, almost entirely paid for by fees and not inclusive of our federal funding resources. About 50 million of these funds have been already designated to approved projects, as you can see here, leaving about 50 million available. Staff project about 54 million in new fees over the next 5 years, which includes 34 million projected from known projects, plus an additional $10 million a year estimated for years 4 and 5 of the projection. And that leaves us with about $105 million for our pipeline over the next 5 years. Looking ahead to how we might spend those funds, there are 4 projects that have submitted what we call Nofa Applications that the staff are reviewing and anticipate bringing to council this year. Those 4 projects, plus the charity's housing site at Eviction, are estimated to need about 67 million in city funds to be successful, which anticipates a city subsidy somewhat lower than that of the past to account for other opportunities to leverage funds that we've uncovered for these projects. In addition, there are 6 sites that the city anticipates owning in the next 5 years, all of which we will work with developers on to turn into affordable housing. One of those is the VTA Eviction site. and the remaining 5 are the precise plan land dedication sites. We also anticipate that the development of these sites will involve a funding gap that will require some city funds. And right now we're estimating that at $105 million. That means we need about $172 million to develop these units into the pipeline, which leaves a $66 million gap. And as you'll see, the first strategy that we're exploring contains several actions aimed at filling that gap. And this is where we'd love council direction. So our first strategy has a lot of items that we've already discussed with council. And in fact, all of the section B strategies were discussed as part of the housing element. So I won't delve into that. And those mostly revolve around finding increased revenue sources. But there are 2 I'd like to highlight, which we haven't had a chance to discuss. The first is pausing the Nofa application process, or reprioritizing the Nofa application to prioritize city-owned sites. Staff made this recommendation to account for the need to make funds available for the current pipeline that we foresee. The second is prioritizing city needs in our Nofa projects to try to get more units for households earning less than 30% AMI. And this is one of those strategies that aims to address the gaps I discussed earlier tonight. Our second strategy is to implement our city's middle income strategy. Much of this has already been discussed with council previously, so I will just note 2 key points here. The first is that the city is currently increasing its rental and ownership pipeline for middle income units via the city's inclusionary below market rate program, which is a cost-effective way to build these units that are otherwise very difficult to subsidize. The second is that staff are continuing to look for creative ownership opportunities for middle income households, mostly through down payment assistance, condo mapping for small projects, and then looking into creative community ownership opportunities. Our third strategy is to reduce known barriers to accessing housing. The first action, the in-person Housing and Eviction Help Center, relates to making sure that households can apply for housing help regardless of language access, technological access, or any other access barriers. And this project builds on the very significant success of the eviction prevention clinics held earlier this year. The second involves working with property owners of both market rate and affordable units to make sure that they don't require social security numbers on their applications when they legally don't have to, which usually there is no legal reason for them to have to require this in most cases. And this can create an otherwise unnecessary barrier for undocumented households, so we'd like to remove that as much as possible. The last batch of actions relates to making sure that displaced tenants can truly exercise and take advantage of replacement units, either by preventing them from being permanently displaced and helping them secure temporary places to stay, allowing tenants to become homeowners when rentals are replaced with deed-restricted affordable condos, and looking into options for households who may have the right to purchase an affordable condo, but for whom homeownership is just not an option. Finally, the last strategy relates to the city's displacement response strategy. The first chunk of these were discussed during the housing element, and we are currently studying the community option to purchase, tenant option to purchase, and community land trusts, and we're also pursuing acquisition and preservation options. And then the last piece, bringing a replacement requirements ordinance to council, is planned as part of our 2023 study session on displacement response later for this spring. Just to state again, all of these strategies were developed based on the priorities set forth by and in order of the housing element and RHNA goals, CDBG and Home Consolidated Plan, and the Council's strategic priorities. In a moment, I will turn this back over to you to ask 2 key questions. First, does Council agree with our proposed actions? And does Council have any feedback or direction on addressing the needs that we discussed and the proposed actions? Before I go, I'll just share that the next steps are for us to implement strategies as discussed by Council, and to return in 2023 to discuss displacement response further with Council. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to Council.
Thank you, Michaela, for the presentation. Since this is a study session, we'll first take public comment and then return to the council for questions and for deliberation. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. See how many speakers there are. Let's go ahead and allocate 2 minutes, and we'll start with Ray Bramson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer with Destination Home. I'd like to begin tonight by commending staff and City Council for the incredible work that's been accomplished by this city since 2017. You've led the community and the region in the development of both affordable, deeply affordable, and supportive housing. As noted by staff, over 501 units of affordable housing have been constructed since the study session, with another 448, including 200 units of supportive housing for our most vulnerable residents. This type of leadership is an inspiration to other cities, is pushing folks forward, and staff's ability to really correlate the precarious nature of being unhoused with being at that extremely low income level and bringing that data forward is critical to the work that you're going to be doing. I'd like to call specific attention to Action 1A2 in the new 2023 strategic plan that prioritizes city needs and Nofa projects, particularly units for households earning less than 30% AMI. This extremely low income household group is incredibly vulnerable. By putting together this smart plan that utilizes city resources as well as a partnership through an MOA with the County of Santa Clara, you're going to be able to create housing that helps the residents who need support and services the most. Destination Home is proud to be a partner with the city. We've provided you capacity building funds in the past, and we look forward to supporting these very, very critical projects in the days ahead. Thank you again for your leadership and support.
Thank you, Ray. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hi all, Tim McKenzie, he, him pronouns. I want to thank staff and council for looking into this and for all the work that has already been done on affordable housing. Also just want to mention about basically since I've lived in Mountain View, I have consistently seen affordable housing rent controlled apartments being torn down for luxury developments, which was stopped by SB 330. And my understanding is that that state bill will sunset. And I'd love to see a local ordinance in the future where at the Mountain View municipal level of continuing even after the state bill sunsets, of having the protections so that we don't lose affordable housing anymore. I look forward to the deliberations and the plans you'll be making to make sure that housing in Mountain View is affordable to everyone, no matter what their income, not just wealthy people. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. The next speaker is Edie Keating.
Hi. I wanted to add my support for the idea of prioritizing funds towards the very lowest income levels, the 30% AMI or lower income levels. And I also appreciated the clarity in the staff report that BMR rental units for middle income it depends on market conditions, can sometimes be not that different than market conditions. So I appreciated that, or market rents. So I appreciated that being acknowledged, and not sure quite where the action item is there. I'm happy for our current BMR ordinance requiring the 65% average. And thank you. I look forward to hearing your comments and also to the 2023 study session on anti-displacement options. Thank you.
Thank you, Edie. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Al, as the future neighbor of one of the affordable housing projects that has already gotten some funding, I don't envy your need to prioritize the funds. It's a hard choice to see which people get the help first and which ones have to wait to be able to get housing. But I am really glad to have people like you doing this, making these hard choices, and doing the work to try to get people into homes. So thank you.
Very much. The next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I'll be representing the League of Women Voters today. In our letter, we mentioned that we were wondering that this process is perhaps a little bit redundant with the housing element, given that many of the actions are in the housing element that was just submitted the last 2 months ago. So that perhaps we went on to schedule this in perhaps 4-year intervals to meet the housing element at its midpoint. As for the actions in the plan given today, we support them all. We especially support the social security number alternatives because we have heard that has been a barrier potentially in the past, as well as the right of first refusal, since we have seen cases where sometimes SB 330 did not give enough guidance about how to deal with situations such as where do people stay during demolition and rebuilding. On 3AI1, the Housing Help Center, we would like to perhaps include some language regarding right to counsel or some form of stronger legal assistance. For 4B1, the local replacement requirements, we would like to see a faster timeline. It has been brought up multiple times in the housing element process that many people want to see it done, and putting it to a 2023 study session seems a little bit distant or a little bit too vague at this point. And that this plan should be not considered as disconnected from other plans, such as the housing element and its emphasis on housing production, because as we talk about how we're using funding on those that need it most, we probably don't want to think about subsidizing those making median income at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ann Ramos.
Can you hear me? Great.
Yes.
Hi, Emily Ann Ramos with Silicon Valley at Home. We are an affordable housing advocacy organization committed to creating a Silicon Valley where everyone has access to housing they can afford. We want to commend city staff and this council for prioritizing and creating a strategic plan for affordable housing. Mountain View has many more jobs than it has housing people can afford, and the resulting pressure on the housing affordability, while a regional problem, impacts Mountain View residents who struggle the most to remain in this community. Communities of color, low-wage essential workers, public employees. The hardship is both very focused and experienced by many. Mountain View has been a leader on creating policies and plans, making real commitments to produce affordable housing, supporting affordable housing projects, planning for significant affordable housing in major plan areas like North Bayshore and East Wisman. Following through on those commitments is a challenge even for the good actors, maybe especially for the good actors. This takes deliberate planning, recognizing the need for additional resources, and protecting renters from displacement. We look forward to its continued leadership as it develops innovative affordable housing preservation strategies. We are proud to work with the city on many of these priorities and related strategies, including the anti-displacement policy and the zoning reforms that will come before you. We are particularly proud to have recently begun a 2-year partnership with the city to tackle many of these issues through the Partnerships Phase Future 2-year grant. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mary and Ed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. This is Mary Hodder. I have a couple of questions for the city generally and the council. One is, how many naturally affordable units have been removed from the city of Mountain View over the last 15 years, and how many affordable units have been added? In other words, what is our net number? Did the city consider the fact that the carbon footprint of building new is 90% higher than rehabbing buildings? This is per the Center for Tall Buildings in Chicago's academic analysis. Would the city consider using public funds to rehabilitate existing naturally affordable housing without having to buy it if the owner were willing to maintain naturally affordable housing for a long contract period over say, many years, much like federal funds are used to rehab Section 8 housing. Would the city consider incentivizing owners of existing other types of properties that could be converted to affordable housing with a property tax break and funds to do the conversion in exchange for a multi-year contract maintaining affordable rents? And lastly, would the city consider capping affordable rents on a square footage price as well as the total rent price? I ask this because apartments can be shoehorned into affordable pricing and claimed to be affordable, and yet they are fairly unaffordable by square foot price. They don't allow anyone but an individual to stay in the property often because of the small size. So in other words, a 200 square foot apartment that's $2,000 could still qualify as affordable at 60% of average median income, and yet $10 a square foot is a luxury price. I think you need to consider affordable housing rates on both a per square footage price and a total rent price. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we'll return to the council for questions and deliberations. So we'll take questions first, and then I have a proposal for how to start the deliberation. Are there any questions from the council? Vice Mayor Hicks.
Thank you. And I wanted to thank staff for such a comprehensive and clear report. I do have a couple of questions. One is how the condo mapping is working. I know that that's one of the strategies for producing middle income ownership housing. And I'm wondering how much it's producing, whether it's been going long enough for us to know, and how we could track that if it's too early in the game to know, and whether we need any additional mechanisms or triggers to make sure that once an owner has condo mapped their property, they're actually turned into condos and not kept as rentals long-term. So that whole realm of making sure that that particular policy produces what we want, I'd like a little clarity on.
Councilmember Hicks, I could respond. Arti Shrivastava, Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director. We haven't started that project yet. Our plan is to begin that once the housing element is adopted, and it's on our plan. We have a number of projects staff will be working on. But we thank you for providing this information because it will help us target the condo mapping strategy to exactly what the council wishes to see. And we can bring options for council to review once we begin the project.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to make sure that that we're putting the pieces in place that actually make it produce what we want, and not that it's that they're mapped and there are no results. So I'd love to hear some sort of dashboard or way reporting back to make sure that that's actually happening. Then another question, this is a displacement policy question. Do you have any comments on the way replacement units under SB 330 and the state density bonus are overlapping instead of additive? Can you think of any, is that a concern to you? And do you have any ways of, if so, do you have in mind any ways to kind of repair that or make it work better?
Councilmember, I could respond. Again, it's very clear per state law that the requirements for all three state density bonus, SB 330 and BMR requirements are not additive. They can all be counted towards all three requirements as long as the unit meets the most restrictive requirements. This is state law. And we did ask why it ended up being this way. And we're told that in the deliberations, the state legislators were concerned about the impacts and the financial impacts of housing. And they did not want to see housing production stopped. And so they were trying to balance all these issues. And that's the reason why we ended up where we were. So this isn't what the city is requiring. This is a state requirement.
I guess the reason I'm asking is if we were to do like a local SB 330 like ordinance or anything else along those lines, would you be concerned about the fact that they're overlapping? Would you want to duplicate that, or do you kind of agree with the way the state was leaning that anything more would prohibit housing production?
I think we haven't yet started tackling that, but we will be asking these questions. But based on the state's determination of BMR, we don't see a city SB 330 style requirement being any different. And maybe Wayne can answer a little bit more about how other cities that might have some replacement requirements have these issues. But I think overall, we plan to tackle a lot of these questions and bring some of the responses and issues back to you in March. I know there were some concerns about us not expediting the displacement response, but we actually are in the process of reviewing a lot of this and bringing it to you in the spring.
And just to add, Wayne Chen, Assistant Community Development Director, part of our analysis will be looking at what SB 330 may not cover that the city may wish to incorporate as part of local requirements. And then one of the key framework pieces that we'll be looking at is under the state's Ellis Act provision, which allows cities that have rent stabilization programs to enact provisions that cities that don't have such a program may not be able to do. So we will be really taking a look at addressing our rent stabilized housing stock in terms of the displacement response, especially because that has been the majority of the redevelopment projects over the last few years. So we will be looking at that Ellis Act ordinance framework as well as part of our analysis and what options we may have and the council may wish to consider.
Okay, thank you. So you're aware, you're looking at it, and we'll hear more in the near future. Thank you. I have one last question, which is in terms of the 100% affordable housing that is upcoming, in particular the Google properties in North Bayshore. I'm wondering whether I understand that they're not going to do them immediately because their offices there right now, but with the abundance of remote work, I'm wondering whether we could get those, whether there would be a way of interacting with them and getting those a little sooner by, if they're all, I can just name a number, but if all the offices are 50% full, maybe some of them could become 100% full and we could get those properties moving forward a little earlier. Have there been any discussions like that?
Councilmember, we have been talking to Google about early delivery of as many sites as possible. They've actually included the first phase of the BMR sites in the first phase of their project, which actually is not residential. The first phase of their project in North Bayshore is building the office that has to be removed on all the sites into one area so they can start sort of demoing and building residential. So in North Bayshore, building back the existing square footage is their first phase. The second phase will be then clearing the sites and building residential on the cleared sites. But we are getting many of the BMR units, BMR sites in that first phase. Are you asking if we could expedite the delivery of even those, or?
I'm just wondering, originally I heard that the obstacle was that they needed to build new offices before vacating the old offices and then building the affordable housing there. Since there's so much remote and hybrid work, I'm wondering whether they could vacate the offices earlier and whether we could move that up at all, whether conditions have changed at all, and whether there's been any discussion around that.
We have discussed it a little bit. I think the world of return to work is a quickly shifting issue, and companies are looking at, oh, now we need everybody back, or maybe we don't. And, they're not changing the strategy at this point because I don't think they know what it's going to be in the long run. They feel more comfortable with the one they have. And so at this point, they are not inclined to make any changes to the delivery, just because the landscape is very fluid right now about the return to work.
Okay, well, I would encourage bringing it up at every opportunity.
We sure will.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Albuquerque.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with just maybe a response to the Vice Mayor's last question about the Google project. Could this be a negotiation point in our development agreements with them?
We actually are working with them. Absolutely. We're working with them to try to get early delivery of as many sites as possible. So the ones that they can clear out prior to their building, building all the office back. So certainly we're working on that.
I was just thinking, I think they asked for 20 years, and maybe we should be looking at condensing that timeline, at least, from our position, negotiating it, from that perspective. So just a thought. And then going back to Vice Mayor's other comment about SB 330. So from the way I read it, it sounds like we're not getting more units. It's just now we have 3 different criteria, and you can pick which one to use, and the highest one is the one that is used. Is that a simplified definition how it's being?
Yeah, it all depends on the situation on the ground, right? So for example, if a project required 20 BMR units, but now requires 24 replacement units because there were 24 existing units, right, we would now require the higher of the 2. So SB 330 has helped in that regard, where before we couldn't require the replacement. The only issue is those 24 units now apply to all 3 programs. So it's better, but because now we can sort of cross off the list on all 3 of these items, where before we didn't have the ability to require replacements.
Okay, yes. My sense is that, with SB 330, it doesn't really help us get more units, because my sense is that given the number of units they have to add to make that pencil out, our 15% inclusionary will probably be, in most cases, the highest requirement.
In most cases, but we're seeing some instances where the SB 330 is starting to trump, and still projects are coming forward. But by and large, a lot of our Bro Home projects, for example, we don't have those anymore because they're no longer feasible because of SB 330.
Right. Okay. So then my sense is that, the reason why you mentioned the legislature didn't make it cumulative is just at some point in time, it doesn't, right, pencil out for the developers. So I'm wondering if we do a local SB 330 ordinance, won't we there'll be a max out percentage, and my sense is it's probably in the 20% range, because we've had this conversation when we were doing North Bayshore, and I wanted 25% out there, and was told by even the housing advocates that we couldn't go above 20%. So is that your sense of where this will end up going?
I think if we continue, and this is part of what we might want to study and bring back to you, but our sense is, based on what we're seeing today, at some point the replacement requirements make projects infeasible. Okay. And the flip side is we are now retaining some of the CSFRA units that were being torn down. So there is sort of a mixed benefit there. Right.
Yes, right. If they don't get torn down for
right.
construction. Yeah. Great. So staying on the state legislation issue, I know I traded emails with staff, and I appreciate staff advocacy on AB 2011, the WICS bill about and there are a number of pieces to it, but I noticed, and I've been talking to our Sunnyvale mayor about it too, the concern that that could actually lower our the percentage of BMR units that we could require. I'm not sure where I heard the bill passed the state Senate, but in light of that, do we need to look at, would we possibly need to look at revising our inclusionary requirement? I think the issue was that they have specific categories of extremely low income, very low income, like units of percentage in each category. And we don't have that, I think. And so that would actually potentially reduce the number of units or the percentage of units we could require. So are we anticipating, or do we have that like on our radar that we might have to revise our?
I know the city manager probably has more information, but I can tell you that we did ask our legal counsel helps us with housing and is also involved about this, and he said that it was very deliberate on the state's part to say that if rental units include certain very low unit types, then you could, and it amounts to about 13%.
Right.
The project, then you can subtract 15% from a city's requirement. So, the state was very deliberate about that. But anything above that, I think, can be met based on our understanding of the law as it stands.
So if our inclusionary zoning is 15%, so then if they meet the 8 plus 5%, I guess, in those different categories and come up to 13%, are you saying that they don't have to do 15%?
That's right. That's how it stands. And there wasn't an inclination at the state level to change that because they were targeting lower affordability levels than most 15% inclusionary ordinances. And I think we confirmed that with ours. And so they wanted to make sure that there was a benefit to doing that as opposed to having a higher affordability level.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think we've always wanted more units too. So that's kind of counterproductive to our current ordinance. Regarding the commercial linkage fee, I know in the past when we've looked at changing fees, we've always had to grandfather in certain projects. And I'm interested in how we could potentially minimize that if we choose to move forward with I'm assuming we're gonna have to do a new nexus study. But given that time lag, I forget what other fees it was some kind of impact fee that we were putting on. And while we were studying it, we had to, let the projects that were already in the pipeline, some of them move without the new fees, and we lost a lot from that. And I guess my question is, how can we minimize that loss?
Thank you for the question. So you are correct. We would have to do an updated nexus study. And as part of that evaluation, we could take the council input and do an evaluation in terms of a grandfathering provision that is fair for the projects in the pipeline, but also evaluating a way to maximize a new fee. And so we will include that as part of an evaluation, and should it come back to council, it would include a recommendation on grandfathering.
Is it possible to maybe not allow like full grandfathering, but like incremental or based on where the project is, different tiers of fees, so that we don't lose 100% of the new fee amounts?
Yeah, I think we might have to hear back from our outreach to see how we can sort of balance that out, because if projects don't move forward, then we don't get the fees. On the other hand, we also want to maximize our ability to, have it applied to the newer projects. And we've always tried to thread that needle so we're able to get a balance of the two. So I think we've done that before, and we can bring some options for the council to consider.
Yeah, and I would contend that if we don't, have as much, I'm going to say office commercial expansion, especially office, then it lowers our need for more our housing need. So not necessarily a negative on that part. I know we might have differing opinions on that, but I just wanted to go back to, and I appreciate, sorry for the many questions that came up during public comment too, but the tax benefits for market projects, I think we talked about that. I know at MTC, and I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I know, Wayne, you know about this, that we passed something where we are allowing some tax benefit, property tax benefits for conversions of market rate developments to affordable. And could you, elaborate on that just for the benefit of the public?
Sure. There have been joint powers authorities that have been formed in recent years. And one of them is Cal CHA, another one is CSCDA. And we have had the opportunity to evaluate a couple of projects, one under each program. And basically, what the entities do is identify acquisition opportunities. As you were saying, they're not deed restricted. And then as part of the process, an acquisition would occur by the entities. They would issue bonds and acquire the sites. And besides the bonds, one of the main ways in which these projects are financed without any local subsidy contributions is a property tax exemption. So the bond financing combined with the property tax exemptions are the way that they try to find the properties and deed restrict them to moderate income rates or below. So that's sort of a general picture of these JPA programs.
Great, thank you very much. You explained that way better than I could. And then my final question is, when someone mentioned the housing element, and maybe some of this is duplicative, but my concern when we were doing the housing element was actually, what our commitment would be if we included these items in the housing element. Reason being that I think there are some items that, as we do more research, may not really pan out for Mountain View. It might for other cities, but not us. So I guess it'll, it might depend on how we worded it in the housing element, but did we say explore these items, or versus, saying we're going to do these items? And I will say too that I'm a little hesitant of including even exploring, because I've noticed at the regional level, sometimes exploring means we're going to do it. And that's what the regional bodies start to interpret it to be. So just wanted to clarify that, or if you can clarify what our real commitment is with the housing element.
Council member, I'll just preface this by saying we have the same concerns, because HCD is requiring us to be more and more assertive in our language. It's not enough for them to say, oh, we'll study this and it may not happen, right? And that's why as staff, we had mentioned this to the council, that if a city says they will do this in the housing element, then they will be required to do it, or we're going to have to answer in some way, or have an out of compliance, right? Element. We have used the word explore. We're waiting for HCD to respond to our draft. We haven't yet had a meeting scheduled because they're waiting to finish reading our draft before they schedule a meeting with us, and we'll know more about it at that time. So we might recommend some changes one way or the other, but we will have to make sure we discuss this with HCD and have some acknowledgement that it's okay with them, because in the end we want a housing element that is endorsed by them, reviewed, endorsed by them.
I just don't want us to go down, I'll pick like the COPA, TOPA item. I've heard some concerns at the regional level about those programs that they may not work for everybody. So if it doesn't work for Mountain View, can we take it out is really the question. It sounds like we have a second shot at the housing element to do that. Is that?
I think if HCD said you have to do this, then we might kind of push back and say, what we want to do is connect the dots sometimes and make sure that there is a pipeline to whether it's technical access or, the city may not be doing the program themselves, but we have a way to connect people. So we're looking for different ways to make it happen without having the city be doing every single thing. I think that's the intent because we don't have enough staff to run a bunch of programs at this point.
Yeah, great. Thank you. That's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I just have a couple quick questions. So, there's been a lot of discussion both in the public comment and by colleagues about SB 330. My understanding is that it was extended. Is that right? If staff could maybe share the latest, that would be helpful.
Yes, it's been recently extended to sunset in 2030.
Great, thank you. So I think as we're kind of talking about the different strategies, I think how have we been tracking the different housing legislation bills and how they might play into the strategy? So I know Councilmember Abe-Coca brought up the WICS bill. I think we're going to see over the next, 2 days that the governor has left to sign. And then we prepare for the next legislative session. I mean, what are the things maybe that staff would like us to be thinking about that's coming down the legislative pipeline as we're talking about maybe filling gaps or things that could be helpful?
I think we have been tracking the bills thanks to the help of the CMO's office. And then we also connect with our city attorney's office team and our legal consultant who helps us with housing issues specifically. So that's been working rather well. We're a lot more coordinated now in our responses. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wayne, I think if there's one major wish list staff had, it would be a funding source for the items that we want to fund. And for the regional body, and I think BAFA is a great example of it, to reward cities that are either burdened with a lot of the housing requirements and also cities that are performing well, to have some kind of criteria that recognizes this. So that's our big wish list. And we have the same issues on transportation as well. And it's good that MTC is doing this because if they're expecting a lot of housing to be built, we want the support in terms of transit. So those are the major items. And I don't know, Wayne, if you have any other.
Agree. At the end of the day, funding is the most important piece to accomplishing all the local city goals, including Mountain View's, which includes new production, acquisition preservation, and other efforts that we want to undertake. And I think you're right, because we are tracking the regional measure through BAFA, and that will go through a ballot initiative process. And if it passes, we are tracking that closely and we want to be able to work with folks on an expenditure plan because the legislation that enables BAFA, AB 1467, which it really is addressing the 3 Ps, production, preservation, and protection, aligns with many of the items that we're discussing. And so that will be a great opportunity should it pass.
Great, thank you. That's it, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Schultz. Councilmember, you're still muted.
How's that? Is that better? Okay, great.
Yes.
All right. Like Ellen, I have 2 questions. The first one is really about the timing of developing funding strategies. I understand from the report that it's an ongoing process, and that certainly makes sense because there's so many things that feed into it that are changing all the time. But in terms of having as a staff, in terms of having in your mind, when will you have a sort of a funding plan that you feel is really what you need, and what do you need to get there? And so I wondered if you could talk about that a little bit.
Yes.
Sure. Oh, go ahead, Wayne.
Sorry, Michaela. I can take a first crack and then hand it off to you, Michaela. One of the big pieces that we are working on is our breakthrough grant, and that is a 2-year process. And our breakthrough grant includes developing an affordable housing funding strategy. So it's very much in alignment with what we are talking about. And we have some goals for the 2-year process, which would include discussions with potential partners, whether the private sector or philanthropy, as well as with public sector partners. We've already begun initial conversations with certain folks, and so we've already started that process, and we're hoping that within the 2-year timeframe, we would be able to produce one or maybe more MOU type agreements like what we have with the county. That time period will allow us to queue up our land dedication sites, because we do project enough funding to work through our Nofa pipeline currently. After this study session, based on council's input, we anticipate that we would shortly begin an update of the commercial linkage fee nexus study and take that through a process within the 2-year timeframe. So we do envision that. The partnership approach will be something we will have to monitor, because we can't necessarily plan out how those discussions will go, but we do hope that we could have some progress in the next 2 years. Let me pause there and see if Michaela has anything to add.
No, that's exactly right. You'll see the timing section next to the strategy 1B area is all in the short term, which we consider 1 to 2 years. So I'm hopeful that 2 years from now, all those different pieces will begin to line up as Wayne described.
Great. Okay. Well, of course, if there's anything that the council can do to assist with that, you should call on us. We will we will do whatever we can to help. And then the other question I have is a little more technical. I was talking to a constituent who knows a lot about affordable housing and asking about advocacy. And one of the things that he brought up was the idea that there's a cap for tax credits, and it's divvied up by state. And California, apparently in California, we use all of our tax credits. There aren't any extra ones floating around, but there are states that don't. And so advocating for the ability to move tax credits that aren't being utilized from states that aren't being utilized to states that need them is something that apparently has in the past has had some bipartisan support. So that might be something. So I just wondered, is that something you're going to be advocating for? And if not, I hope maybe we can add it to the list.
We would be happy to add this to the list and potentially connect with our legislative advocacy firm, as well as our affordable housing consultants who assist us with Nofa projects, who have a lot of familiarity with this very technical component. In addition to the federal program, the state also does issue its own state tax credit program. So that's another potential area that we can add to the list. It is not necessarily every year that the state does its own tax credit program, but when it does, it supplements the federal program that we are all well aware of our projects.
Yeah, well, I know from my brief service on the Alta Housing Board that those tax credits are just very, very valuable ways to fund affordable housing. So anything we can do to advocate to move that money around under the cap, or I also think increase the cap, is a good idea. Okay, thank you. those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm so appreciative of staff's efforts on this. It's a very high level of work that's being done and a huge amount of work. So thank you so much for that. I'm really proud of our council for having the appetite to get more housing in Mountain View and to move forward on these questions. Two things that I wanted to ask about. When we talk about the pre-mapping, condo mapping of rental units, what kind of planning do we need to put into place for a future condo conversion in terms of getting our residents ready to be able to take advantage of that, versus displacement?
Thanks, Councilmember Lieber. I can add a couple pieces that we've put into our below market rate agreements. Essentially, for the properties that are anticipating doing a condo conversion from rental to condo, we do put in place, at the time of the conversion, the developer will have to follow all the laws that are in place at the time. So, for example, if SB 330 were in place, they would have to follow all the rules relating to first right of refusal for the tenants that are being displaced, if they are low-income tenants in this case, because it wouldn't be they wouldn't be rent-controlled units, so they would be in place for low-income tenants. And in that case, we have some of our existing, our TREO exists for this. There's some existing opportunities for those tenants, but we are also exploring getting some outside funds to help those tenants to perhaps afford to buy an affordable condo when they return, and also looking to partner with developers to, is there a temporary place for those tenants to go in the meantime? So those are two areas where we're trying to bridge that gap so that people can take advantage of that opportunity when those arise.
Great. And I think an issue that sometimes comes up in our area is for individuals who can afford to purchase through putting together a lot of different puzzle pieces, but then may not have the money for a large maintenance expense that accrues to, for example, an HOA way down the road, and so would be faced with the loss of their unit. And so if I could put a bug in your ear about having a fund for that kind of thing, I think that would be very helpful. The other issue that I wanted to raise is preservation of our mobile home parks. And what can we be doing now or in the next couple of years to prepare in case there is a sale of a park in the future, and wanting to help residents in coming together to do a buyout, or community organizations to buy a park?
Thanks for the question. Regarding the last aspect of your question, per council input on the housing element, and through the Breakthrough Grant process, we will be studying these Opportunity to Purchase Act programs. They go by a couple of different names and types. One of them is a Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, which is typically geared towards nonprofit developers being able to have an opportunity to bid on sites. But the other type of program is called TOPA. It's the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, and we will be studying the potential applicability of COPA-TOPA for both apartments, but also for mobile home parks per council input. So that addresses your tenant question. The sale of mobile home parks is typically regulated and governed by the state mobile home residency laws. And so we would really be looking to that provision in terms of requirements and procedures that need to be followed if there were a sale. But if there were a COPA-TOPA program, and if it did apply to mobile home parks, then that would be something we'd certainly be evaluating and then bringing back to council for bringing information and then getting council input on potential direction or next steps.
Okay, great. And I know that there are some people in the attendees box who do have the networks out there to communicate with our residents that are in the parks. And I just want to assure them that it's something that we are thinking about for the future, and we're not going to let that out of our sight at any point in time. So thank you so much for that information.
Thank you. Any remaining questions? If not, then Vice Mayor Hicks, did you have a question?
I just had a question about follow-up question on Councilmember Abekoga's comment on my question, which is whether the idea of pushing forward the 100% affordable housing, the Google sites, and all the related, the development agreement, that whole bundle of issues, whether that, how that also interacts with the question of pausing the NOFA. I just am wondering whether staff had, since there were several of those questions, whether staff had any follow-up comments on given those two sets of questions, whether there was anything you would suggest doing any differently.
Thanks, Councilmember. I don't have anything that would change in that regard. We still have the pipeline that we have. If it grew, we would adjust our finding goals, but it wouldn't change much else there.
Okay, so you still have the same suggestion regarding pausing the NOFA process. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to recommend that we treat this list as something like a consent calendar. So what I'll ask is for members of the council to raise their hand and then share which ones they would like removed for discussion. And then if there's anything not on the list that we ought to consider adding. And then that way we can go through them one by one, and then I will be able to better assess whether there's majority support for removing an item, modifying an item, adding an item, and then we can sort of dispense with the balance without discussion. That I think that might, unless there are other ideas, that feels like the best way to make sure we can gauge whether there's majority support for the totality of the strategy. And then the housing element items we can certainly discuss, but I think we do have to keep in mind that all of them are already in the housing element draft. And after we receive the comment letter from HCD, we'll have another opportunity in a future study session to make modifications to those items. So unless there's strong objection, that's the process I'm going to propose. Councilmember Showalter.
Okay, well, I think your suggestion is just fine, but I would like to put the first thing on the list to discuss the concept of a pause. I'd like to, for us to flesh out a little more what we mean by pause versus change in priorities. So I'd like that to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I didn't have any questions, so I didn't ask any at that time. I had a great discussion with staff yesterday, had the opportunity to ask a lot of questions and got a lot of answers. But I do want to add a few comments that are just general, and I'll do that now. First, I want to thank staff for that great staff report. I mentioned this when we got together. I want to do it publicly because I so appreciated the charts. I can't tell you how much I appreciated those. I keep on asking for summary charts, and it was in that report. So thank you for that. It was great. In general, I actually agree with all of staff's recommendations. I don't feel the need to go through all of these in great detail because I appreciate staff's thought and consideration of these and putting it in the proposal. I guess my biggest concern is, and I think I voiced this when we talked about the housing element, I would have preferred to not put so much in the housing element because I am concerned that we're not going to be able to implement these. And that's mostly because of funding. And staff, we had a good discussion about funding. And while I know they're looking at every single opportunity for additional funding, I think it's still going to be challenging. And I would hate for HCD to sort of ding us on this because we couldn't find the funding to do something. That is definitely my biggest concern. And I don't think the city should be going into the housing business. I think we should be leveraging partners and other opportunities for other folks to do the housing, and we help find the funding and put people together. But you know, I can say I appreciate the items staff put in there, and I'm supportive of them. Thanks.
Thank you. And since, well, I guess in addition to identifying specific items that you know, an individual council member would like to provide comments on, if there are general comments, please feel free to use this opportunity to share them as well. Councilmember Abikoke.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I was trying to figure out what list we're going to go through, and if it's the summary table in the staff report, it's a lot. Okay. I guess I don't have I have a few items that I wanted to point out, but overall, I agree with Councilmember Matichak. Number one, I want to thank staff for all of your hard work. This great staff report. I had a really great briefing with staff this morning. We did a super deep dive and got into the weeds and geeked out on affordable housing. So I feel very comfortable with a lot of the items that are suggested, but I guess I just had some comments on a few items. So could I make that now, or do you want me to actually pull the items? Just pull the items.
If you have general comments, I think that's okay. I think the intent in pulling it is if you wanted to, you know, substantially modify something or remove it from the list, you need to make sure that there's majority support. Okay. But if you have just about the concept, then I think this is fine.
Okay, well, so let me throw one out and see which side this falls on. So the funding piece. I think it's the first item, action item. I support supporting, and you've heard me say this, I support us supporting the regional funding measure that BAFA, Bay Area Housing Financing Authority, is moving forward on. I'm on that committee, as you know. We've moved from quarterly meetings to monthly meetings. We're targeting 2024 to do this. I know our staff and Wayne and Artie have been talking to the BAFA staff. So that's my hope, is that we can continue to engage and help shape the measure. From what it's sounding like right now, it'd be a bond measure. And for Santa Clara County, $1.2 billion for San Jose alone, and $1.2 billion for all of the other the 14 cities. Calculating that out, I think if I did my math right, that would be about 80 million or 800 million. I can't remember where the zeros go, but it's like a substantial amount, probably more, I think more than what we could generate with a local measure. And so that was the piece, was I actually would like to remove exploring a local measure at this point in time. I just want to, you know, limit the staff work being done on something like that. And let's just and I know at the regional level, they're asking us, you know, all the cities to support the regional measure. So I don't want to do anything that would contradict that. So I don't know where that would fall, but that would be my first point.
I think the tricky element of that particular proposal is it's already in the housing element draft. So we can talk about it here, but I think and I'll ask maybe staff the question formally. If we wanted to modify that housing element program, would this be the time to do it, or should we wait until the next housing element study session after we've received the HCD comment letter?
This would be the time to do it because we don't have a study session planned. We are planning to bring back the draft housing element for council in December.
Okay. So given that recommendation from staff, Councilmember Abikoga, is that that would be strategy 1B2?
1B. Sorry, I lost it.
Page 16.
So what is that one? Oh, no, I have. Sorry. I think you're right, Mayor. It's 1B2.
That's support a regional ballot measure and considering a local measure in the housing. That's the action that would like us to. Okay, so I'll go ahead and write that down. 1B2, and then were there any others that you would like to informally pull from the list for individual discussion?
Okay, well, so for B, what is this, strategy 2B, middle income households, I've mentioned this, I'd like to add a concept of a down payment equity share assistance program. I've talked about this many years. I know the focus has been on lower income AMI levels, and I support that, but we do need to I think we just need to do more for the middle income community. We've talked about it, but the numbers we just haven't done much. And more and more as I learn about what rents are for the newer apartments, if you can afford those rents, I think you can afford a mortgage. But the real challenge for now versus when I bought 25 years ago is the down payment requirement of 20%. And I think we can for like $150,000 a door on an affordable housing unit, we could, potentially provide $150,000 down payment assistance to a person, family, couple, and, help them purchase a home, which to me at the end of the day is the most security you can have when you own your own home. So that would be an addition. So I guess add that to the list. Okay, great. And then the other real item is BMR owner. So BMR ownership, on the other hand, I mentioned this to staff. This happened before, I think, most of everyone's time here, and the only one who was there. But during the recession of 2009, 2010, we actually had a BMR ownership unit over on Rock Street. And the price of that unit was actually higher than the market prices for a similar unit. So it ended up the city had to buy that unit from the owner because the owner couldn't sell it, given all the restrictions. So I have some real concerns with BMR ownership as a result of that situation. Things have changed, but as we look at look at BMR ownership, I really want us to look at that because look at the fluctuations based on the market, because I don't want us to be in the situation where we have to buy BMR units back from people. And as someone said, I don't want us to be in the housing industry. That's not our job. So that's one thing I would take out. Maybe, I don't know if it's taking out, but just kind of flagging.
I think it might be helpful to decide whether we do want to remove that or not. So that would be 2A1, support BMR rental. That's a rental program.
It's not really, apologies, it's not really listed as a specific program. It's part of our existing BMR program.
Okay, so maybe did you want to introduce that concept for discussion or just note that concern for now?
I guess I would just like to deprioritize it. I think we have, and that to me, like this list is great. You know, in a perfect world where we have like 10 times more staff, we could probably do it all. But given our limitations, like I just don't see this as a priority. So I know there's been some work done in this area, but I just want to, you know, kind of flag this situation that happened that was, you know, negative impact. So it's not as big a priority for me, I guess I'd say.
Okay, that's helpful. It sounds like maybe because it's not on the list now, that's something that we can consider when we review the inclusionary housing ordinance. I think that's scheduled next year, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
That's great. Thank you. And that's it.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great. Thanks, Mayor. So I'll just answer, I think, the two questions. I just have comments, nothing I want to pull. So I do agree with the staff's recommendations. I want to echo the thanks. I thought it was really clearly written staff report. I loved the thorough analysis after 5 years. I think my suggestion would be that we do this routinely as a council, because I think things are ever changing, and as we're seeing more legislation at the state and hopefully opportunities to get more funding, partner for more funding, I think this is an important conversation to continue. So I just want to say that. I think what I appreciated most was the timing element, where there was the need, the action with the timing in terms of what's immediate, what's more long-term. We often get, I think, as feedback that there's a nebulous timeline sometimes when council makes decisions, and I think this brings some clarity to something that can genuinely be usually opaque. The two strategies of most interest to me, and just for staff to note, are the implementation of the middle income strategy as well as the displacement program. You know, I think some of the comments I'd really like to highlight for strategy 2B3, the ability for partnerships. You know, I think while some of these programs are of interest, you know, they can be administrative heavy. And so doing partnerships with nonprofits or others who are more well-versed in, you know, co-ops, community-owned ownership, I think would be the way to go. And I want to continue seeing that and learning more. And hopefully when this comes back to council, we can get a fuller picture there. I appreciate the comments about a down payment program. I think that's something that we have looked at for our city employees, and it makes sense for us to be looking at for our residents as well. You know, I don't know if that needs a formal addition to the strategy item, but it is of interest to me because it's about the down payment plus the property tax twice a year, right? And so while people can pay the monthly mortgage, just that large percentage, those chunks of funding, it can be difficult. And then for the displacement for strategy 4, you know, for item 1 with the COPA TOPA community land trust options, I'm also interested to hear if there's anything else out there. You know, I know that these are items that we've talked about as a council before, but as many jurisdictions across the state are trying to be creative, should staff learn more about different programs that are out there or different partnerships? I know that the state has been trying to jumpstart different pilots. I'd be interested in hearing more. And then in terms of the second question on feedback and direction on some of the needs, I'm interested in how our affordable housing strategic plan, our housing element, as well as our R3 update all talk to each other. I think we are working on all 3 of these different plans in tandem, and there is overlap. There's different, I would say, levers that we can use. And for example, for, you know, middle income strategy 2, one of the things I'm most interested in is a variety of housing product type. which I know is most likely on the R3 side, but it's about what we're doing here with the affordable housing strategy as well as R3, and I think that can hit that overall goal, as well as displacement, which I mentioned is of high interest to me. So I'm hoping that we're thinking of them, and I've mentioned this before, as puzzle pieces for the overall housing crisis that we're in, versus things that aren't talking to each other. And I know that there's staff overlap on many of them, but I would love to be able to find ways to couch those other plans in the communications as we're talking about these items, so we're not discussing them in silos. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, and I completely agree on that last point especially. So hopefully as each of these items come back, better understanding the relationship between them would be helpful for the council. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Well, I agree with that set of comments as well, and it allows me to shorten mine. So just in the, well, first I want to, as other people have said, thank staff for a very comprehensive and thoughtful staff report. It helped me out a lot and was, engaging and fun to read and fun to talk to you about. In addition to that, I'm thinking in the interest of time, I'm thinking that it seems like many, maybe all of us, are agreeing with everything that staff has laid out, with a few tweaks. I'm not going to pull any particular programs, or the only thing I might add is at some point coming up with a dashboard for making report backs kind of easy and visible. Jobs, housing balance, and then units produced at different income levels, units lost, some rubric like that. So kind of like our COVID dashboard. I would love to be able to see something at all times so we know where we're at. Maybe I shouldn't have compared it to the COVID dashboard. In addition to, I guess the other thing that I'm interested in, several people have mentioned it, is the COPA-TOPA programs. I think this is something that both the a whole set of housing justice people and mobile home people involved in those mobile home park people involved in those two communities have brought up to me as very important to them. So I just wanted to note that. Some of them told me they would be here tonight, but I don't see them commenting. But so I don't want those to be seen as too difficult to do, although my understanding is that when COPA-TOPA and land trusts are done, they usually are done by nonprofits and partners. So they're not usually taken on by a city itself. I agree, we don't want to be in the housing business. And when I worked with land trusts in the past, with the city of Berkeley and the city of Oakland, it was a nonprofit that did it as a separate item, as a part of our housing strategy. Neither of those cities themselves did it. So with that, I would say that I endorse the staff report and the recommendations made. Thank you.
Thank you. So echoing, I think, what Councilmember Matichak started with, very similarly, I really appreciate the staff report and presentation, and also really like the summary table. It is very helpful just to help organize thought. And like everyone else, I think the strategy broadly is very good. So what we'll start with then is there are 3 items for consideration separately. 2 items on the strategy or in the strategy that we may modify or remove, and then a new item for consideration. So 1.A.1 and 1.B.2, and then the down payment equity share program we'll consider separately. But first, let's take a quick straw poll on everything else in the strategy. And it sounds like everyone is supportive of everything else, but just to be certain, raised hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that the balance of the strategy has unanimous support. So thank you, staff. We'll start with 1.8.1. Councilmember Showalter, I think you had suggested that we pull this.
Yes, I wanted to talk about the pause and what the pause really means. I mean, clearly, if we look out, we're going to run out of some money, or we could run out of money. I hope that what Councilmember Abakoga is telling us about is going to come through. That that could really make all the difference. But I'm concerned about sending out the message that we're pausing as being equating with we're stopping. And I don't want that. I'm one of the things that I think has led to our success has been that we've been pretty innovative. And clearly our priority now should be for our city controlled sites. And for those, but at the same time, I feel like if some developer or some nonprofit comes forward and says, well, we've been able to buy this piece of property in Mountain View, and here's the amount of money we need, and it's within our it's within our ability to do, I want to be able to consider that. So that's what I'm concerned about. And so to me, it's the definition of what pause is. And for me, is it just a change in priorities? I want to check in with everybody about that, that they agree with that it's basically a change in priorities. It's not that we're really stopping or we wouldn't consider something if it fit in. It's that it's a change in priority, that we're saying now that it won't just be a first come, first served process. It will be more there will be more specific criteria. So yes, Wayne, well, what do you think about that?
Yes, appreciate the question. I think a helpful way to look at this is that the city has an affordable housing lending program, and underneath that program is a Nofa program. And there's also this RFQ, RFP program. And the way we've articulated in a staff report is because of the funding and because we do know we anticipate having sites coming to the city is, as you're saying, maybe reprioritizing the efforts maybe away from future NOFA funding applications, at least for the time being, and then really funneling the funds to the other part of the affordable program, which is the RFQ, RFP program. Now, council, if you wish to say, well, keep both open, but figure out how to move the projects forward as expeditiously as possible, we could fold that in with the caveat that certain projects may take longer, or we may need to work on managing the pipeline of the dedication sites as we get more funding. If we continue to allow NOFA funding applications to come in, then of course that would just increase the amount of funding that we would want to lock in through a partnership or try to access if the BAFA funds are passed and it goes through. So I think just to summarize, reprioritizing is probably a good way of talking about it. But if council has input about how we could continue to parallel track both programs, we can fold that in, and it may mean a greater enhanced effort of figuring out a bigger gap amount, and then also working with the projects to figure out which projects can actually queue forward, depending on when they're ready and when we actually receive the sites.
Well, that appeals to me. But I think that there should be a clear priority that the city controlled sites are number one, and they are, and we should certainly be communicating clearly to the to the affordable housing community that there has been a change. I mean, obviously we're going to need to do that anyway, because there is a change, whether we pause it or we change the priorities. I mean, however we couch it, that's a big change. So we'll need to be communicating that. And we have a good track record of doing that. Oh, I want to stop and say, I think I was the only one who didn't say thank you so far for this great staff report and the great work. And also, you know, for me personally, this has been something I really ran on all of my campaigns, was improving affordable housing. So hearing these numbers and seeing these put forward is really just wonderful. I mean, obviously we could argue that it's not enough, but we've made great progress, and we are considered leaders. And you know, I brag about the staff all the time when I run into other council members from other cities, and I'm pretty sure the other council members do too. And you all just really do a wonderful job. It's very much appreciated. But anyway, so this idea of the pause and the priorities, that's one thing I'm concerned about. And then the other thing is, I would like us to take to get an update annually on where we are in this process, because we know that sometimes the planning processes that we think are going to give us these properties in a certain time, sometimes they take a little longer. Perhaps some of them we can make go a little faster. You know, there will be shifting. And we also know there will be shifting of the money available. And so I would like there to be an annual check-in of what the money is available and sort of how that relates to our priorities and our pause. I'd like to hear what my other council members think.
Thank you. I'm going to move first to Assistant City Manager Shrivastava.
I think a lot of what I was thinking about has already been said, but you know, as we were talking internally among staff, it occurred to us that a typical Nofa process involves a developer going and negotiating a site sale, and sometimes then coming to the city to say, I now need to rezone this site. Instead, we're suggesting they work with the city on our site instead of going and trying to purchase it from someone else. So we don't necessarily see this as a loss for nonprofits, but more of an opportunity to say, you don't have to worry about going and buying these sites because we've got these, right? And so really that was our goal when we said, we want to prioritize our city sites, because we don't need to go through all these site negotiations and sale negotiations and then come to the city, because we've got our own sites and you can work with us instead. So we don't see this as a loss for developers, but an opportunity.
So why would you describe that as a pause instead of a change in priorities?
And that's very much so. A typical Nofa process involves, I have an agreement to buy this site. I'm going to have to do all this stuff. I need this money. Instead, we do our RFP process and say, we would prefer you work with us on our sites, you know, and those have priority over you going and buying sites from someone else. So we can reword that. It would basically be shifting now to a focus on city sites versus sites that are owned by somebody else that they have to go negotiate for.
I like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, RT, for that explanation. That's been my thought too. In the past, we didn't have land, we had money, and that's why we started the Nofa process. It was actually Councilmember Jack Siegel. We were collecting money and, you know, affordable housing funds and not using it. And, you know, he said, well, if it's sitting in the bank, it ends up getting depreciating. So let's use it. And that's why we started the Nofa process. But now we're flip. I think we have land and maybe not as much money. So I would like to get the land, you know, utilized as quickly as possible. So that I think it's just maybe flipping the prioritization. But my hope too is that, you know, I've always heard from affordable housing developers that land costs are, you know, big chunk of it, the most. Maybe that's changed more recently, but My hope, okay, Artie's shaking your head. So given that land costs are the highest part, and also just difficult to acquire land, now that we have land that we can use, my hope is that that'll lower the cost of production. And also, if we contribute the land, could we possibly not have to contribute as much funding? So I think it's worth a pause just so we can look at all this and analyze it and study it more closely. So, you know, the pause is on just the whole NOFA process, but not pausing our affordable housing program, I guess is how I look at it.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager, you still have your hand up. Did you want to? Just check. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm very supportive of this and of giving the staff the flexibility to work with the development community in this space. And they are a very experienced community who know the ins and the outs. And I think that they will respond to us saying we'd like to deepen our efforts in working with the land that we already have. And you know, I mostly experienced this with my environmental hat on, where sometimes the churn of going through these processes just takes over. And this is a much more sophisticated approach to it. And so I'm very happy to see this, and I think it'll bear fruit in terms of the affordable housing that we need sooner. So I'm very supportive of giving staff the flexibility, and I know that they are going to do a very good job at having conversations within the development community that they would need to.
Thank you. I've got a quick comment on this one. So if we're characterizing it as a change in priority, I think I can support that. But one of the concerns I have is if we, for instance, once we receive our letter from HCD and they provide some direction on, for instance, affirmatively furthering fair housing, and we're required to identify additional sites for low-income housing in areas outside of North Bayshore and East Wisman, then we may be put in a situation where we have sites identified for low-income housing, but no means for them to secure city funding. And I think that presents a big problem for us, because then we will not be able to meet our mandate under the state law to affirmatively further fair housing and comply with what we're presenting in our housing element. So I do at least want to leave a pathway for those sites that we put in our housing element sites inventory for low-income housing, some pathway for them to be able to participate in the NOFA process. I don't know if you need direction for that here, but I think it would be good to clarify, is the council majority comfortable with the staff recommendation as presented, or was there an interest in recharacterizing it more as a reprioritization to support city-owned properties and a reduced prioritization on private property? I feel like those are pretty different, compared to just a hard pause. Staff, is that what you're proposing, or are you thinking of it as a hard pause? What kind of input would be helpful from us right now?
I think it would be helpful if council could provide input if the priority is the RFQ, RFP land dedication sites. But if along the way a developer approaches the city and says, hey, I've secured a site, or I want to secure a site, could the city work with us to figure something out if the direction is to place them in the queue and we'll figure it out, or if we would respond with, we're only focusing on the city sites at the moment. And
okay,
staff could work with both paths, with either path.
Okay. So, Assistant City Manager?
I do want to reiterate what Wayne said, but one of the things we were asking council for is this might be an example of a situation where the city is trying to affirmatively further fair housing. And that might be a criteria for us to say, okay, we want projects like this that can help us, because our sites may not meet those criteria, right? That's a clear case of achieving a city goal, because one of the things we were planning to do anyway is to set criteria, not just for Nofa projects, but also for developers who want city sites to discuss, this is what the city is trying to achieve on our sites, this kind of program. We can do that through the RFP. But if the council wishes to prioritize, for example, this particular issue, then we could then open up the Nofa process if an opportunity came along to affirmatively further fair housing, if we find that our sites can't. And these are limited circumstances, and it gives a little more, I think, it helps us get our arms around the issue, because otherwise we're juggling a bunch of projects that are not even ready, but have just submitted applications. We're planning to streamline some of it, but I think it allows us to craft a policy that is less frustrating for everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I appreciate Councilmember Showalter bringing up the terminology used. I'm actually okay if we want to say prioritize RFP, RFQ, where we own the land projects. And that does imply that, we don't have enough resources to do everything. So those are the ones that are going to get prioritized, and the others are going to have to wait. But I also hear the other comments about, if HCD comes back with something and we need to do something different, okay. And also, if we have additional resources, more funding, then maybe we could do more, but we probably need more staff as well to support all that additional funding and all the projects. So could we do kind of a, and I usually don't like this, but a sort of for now, and then a later when we have additional information or direction from the state or more money. So for now, I feel like I feel comfortable saying we're prioritizing the ones where we own the land, because we do want to take advantage of that fabulous opportunity. And the others are more challenging potentially. So for now, that's what we focus on. And then if things change, absolutely, let's revisit this and see if we want to change things. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that. And staff, before I take a straw poll, staff, is there any clarity you would like, or is Councilmember Matichak's recommendation fairly clear?
Maybe it would be helpful for us to say it back and make sure that we have it, and then we can all be very clear. So in terms of prioritizing the city sites, for the moment, if there is a project, a developer comes in and says they may be looking at a site, would it be supported? We would say that for the time being, we will be prioritizing the city sites, and we will revisit this maybe sometime in the 5 years. But for now, we will be focusing on getting our existing pipeline through that has been included in the staff report, and then next working on our city sites.
Councilmember Matichak, is that a fair representation of your recommendation?
I think that's for now. I guess I'd make it more explicit that there are some things that might change in the future, and then we might revisit things. But I'd make that clear, because I don't want to give them a hard, go away for 5 years.
If I may characterize it, it would be prioritizing city sites for now. The second priority would be working on any HCD-based AFFH sites. And the third would be, if funding is available and we have the staffing, we can follow up on other projects. Does that make sense in order of priority? Okay.
And I just wanted to re-underline one thing that Wayne mentioned, just for clarity's sake, which is that we do have these 5 existing projects in our pipeline that are not on city-owned sites that we would be continuing to forward as well. Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter?
Yeah, I guess my only comment would be that I don't think we will want to wait 5 years to reconsider this. I would assume that we will reconsider this several times in the following 5 years. And I just want to make sure that that's clear as circumstances change. I'm not sure we need to give an increment of time where that will happen, or we can rely on staff to say circumstances have changed enough so we could consider it. But I think 5 years is a really long time for this, with all the things that are churning and we expect to come to pass in the next 5 years. I think the circumstances could change quite a bit. So that would be my only comment.
Thank you. So if there are no other comments, then let's take a straw poll on Councilmember Matichak's recommendation as paraphrased or reflected by Assistant City Manager Shrivastava. Raise hands for now. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is unanimously supported. Fantastic. Thank you. So now we'll move on to 1.B.2, which is the action to support a regional ballot measure and consider a local measure. I think Councilmember Abekoga, that was your suggestion to consider.
If I could just clarify too, I do support the impact fee, the revisiting the impact fees. So I was just thinking like a local ballot measure is something that we can, and I can use what we just did earlier and say, we can revisit it maybe in 2025 after we know what the outcome of the regional measure is. But for now, let's just take it off the table, because I don't want to confuse anybody, frankly. And I also don't want to send the message, to the regional folks that we're doing something that could potentially conflict with what's happening at the regional level.
Thank you. Michaela, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, thanks. I just, while we were chatting, I looked up what the exact language is in the housing element, since this may be direction to address that as well. And there's one piece where it says support regional funding measure to support affordable housing. So that's one of the actions in the housing element. And then the other action relating to this says develop local revenue ballot measure to fund affordable housing if a regional measure is not implemented. So that's the language that you would be working with if you want to change any of that.
Oh, if that's I'm sorry, I didn't read that. I don't know if it was in the staff report, but if that's how it's worded, then I'm actually okay with that. I just don't want us to be doing both, but parallel.
So maybe then what we would recommend is that the language in the proposed strategy reflects the language that's currently in the draft housing element. Any other comments before we take a straw poll? Yeah, we'll just raise hands. So the strategy reflects the housing element language, and that is supported unanimously. Thank you. And then Councilmember Abekoga, I think you also had recommended the down payment equity share program, if you wanted to speak more to that.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, so my hope was that we could do a pilot program similar to the one we have for our employees, and although I think the differing piece is this equity share idea. So, the idea is that the funding would be revolving. So we would provide the down payment assistance, but at this time of sale of that unit, if there is appreciation and there's more than the cost, that the city would share in that profit. I know this is, I know, I think we focused on lower income AMI categories, and I think we should continue to do that. But I guess I'm looking for, something else, something new, something different. And as mentioned, I think the challenge really is this down payment piece. And for when I was looking at the affordable housing units that we've been developing, and I think the staff analysis of $150,000 a unit of city subsidy, my thought was, well, that could actually be enough of a down payment assistance to help, quite a few middle income folks purchase their own home. And it might be a condo, it might be a townhome, but the idea is to just help them get into the market. And so, I appreciate that we have 15 middle income BMR units right now. That's more than what we had 10 years ago, but, I'd like to see more like 50. And if the cost of building affordable units is so high now, and there's just not a lot of funding available for building for middle income, I just thought this was a different approach that, I'd like to try for a few years as a pilot to see if could we set aside, let's say, $10 million or some amount of money to just see if this would be useful to middle income folks to be able to purchase. So that's the idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager, did you want to speak to this before I go to the council comments?
It certainly is intriguing, and we're happy to do some research. I think some of the criteria we'll be looking for, Councilmember Abikoga, is to see what kind of income levels could be supported, because true middle income may not meet our BMR, at least the funding sources that we have, right? But we could certainly explore it. The equity share is intriguing, but could potentially be very difficult to administer. So we might want to check and see what cities do this kind of work, or what agencies do this kind of work, because I could see that it's certainly innovative. And to see, can we find or connect people to agencies that do this kind of work, and can the city just do grant loans, because that might be easier. But I just wanted to say we could explore and come back with some recommendations, and maybe that's a better way to couch if a policy has to be added.
Mayor, if I could respond to that. Yes, thank you, Artie. I would appreciate some more analysis and research on this. There's definitely programs like, and I don't know the details, but like Landed, which I believe has worked with the high school district to help teachers be able to purchase. I don't know if that would apply to cities. So, if we could look at programs like that, that's great. There are existing programs. I know the Housing Trust has one, but the challenge, as you mentioned, is that the prices of our homes don't qualify under their AMI restrictions. So the 120% is the max for a lot of these programs. And our homes just, are more expensive than that. And so that was my concern or interest was, can we help the folks in the 120 to 150 range, similar to what we've done with BMR rentals? Or, we may have to go higher. And I know that's a really hard sell to the public. I heard someone in public comment saying they don't need help, but the reality is that they do. And so that's why I think we need to go beyond what's there. And I think I remember asking staff to research this before, but I know we're restricted in the funding, the sources of funding, but I think if it was like our own impact fees, like the commercial linkage fee, and maybe inclusionary funds, that we have more flexibility on how we use that within the city. So if you could do more research, and that's what I'm asking, I guess, today is there support? Would there be support from my colleagues to do a little bit more research to see if this might be a viable option? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I guess when I had my discussion with staff, we did talk about loans for down payments, but we were mostly talking about partners providing the funds. We didn't talk about the limitations in terms of the amount or the income level or anything like that, but I would feel more comfortable having partners do this than the city. I'm not sure I really want the city to get into this business. But I also wonder if staff, I feel like I've kind of resisted all along adding projects to staff's plate. And so I worry about adding this one, especially given all the work that has to be done on the housing element. I think I'd prefer to just stick to looking at the partnerships that might be available to do this rather than the city providing the funding, because that was already in staff's list, if I am reading it correctly. I see a head nod. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be very interested in looking at the partnerships in this area, and I think it could help us to fulfill some of our equity and inclusion goals. I would be most comfortable with developing a little more information. And that could either come from council members ourselves or from staff doing a 1 hour look at it. I wouldn't be comfortable with just committing to a project on no information essentially, but I am very interested, and so I'd like to see what the possibilities are and see how it slots into our burgeoning work plan, which is very voluminous and and growing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yeah, so I just agree with where the direction this is trending. I would prefer to do this not ourselves, but through partnerships and explore it before putting another full-blown program on our menu. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the recommendation would be to add an item under 2.b for staff to explore or do some research on creating a down payment equity share program and to see what type of partnerships or private interest we might be able to find to help implement that program. Is that a fair characterization, Councilmember Appicoka? Okay. If there are no comments, Councilmember Matichak?
So sorry, I feel like exploring partnerships, at least in my discussion with staff, to do this was already there in strategy 2B1, seek funds to support home ownership, and that was in the housing element. So I thought that was it, except this, I think what Councilmember Appicoka was saying is the city would play a bigger role versus partners playing the role. So are you suggesting, Mayor, that we add another one for the city doing this?
Well, I want to make sure I'm simply reflecting the recommendations made by members of the council. So maybe, Councilmember Appicoka, maybe to clarify first, and then we'll go to the Assistant City Manager.
Thanks, Mayor. So definitely the preference would be to partner. There probably is some opportunity there, but my sense is that there will be some city involvement needed. So I guess at this point in time, I just don't know. I mean, I could do the research as Councilmember Lieber suggested, but I could use the help of expertise of staff. And so my request at this point would just be to explore what the options are in this area of middle income home ownership and the city's involvement in those options, and come back to us with a menu of options for us to consider.
Assistant City Manager.
Thank you. So I just want to confirm this with Wayne and Michaela, but we already have an item in there that talks about looking at homeownership opportunities, and maybe that could be modified to research funding sources and partnerships instead of adding another item. Would that work, Wayne and Michaela, or?
Yeah,
Certainly.
Go ahead, Michaela.
Certainly that would, and one of the main parts of that would be to explore those partnerships. We have identified a couple of funding sources already that we plan to apply for to support this work, but they are limited, and so to the extent that there's more interest in going beyond what those funding sources can provide, we can share what we've learned about those funding sources with council.
And I was going to say that the item was intended to cover sort of this broad concept. And whenever we're evaluating any kind of potential program, we're involving if and what a city role might be. So that's part of it. But if it helps to clarify that in the item, we can do that. But it was the intent of the item as written.
Councilmember Abikoga, are you comfortable with modifying the existing action then to include exploration of this program? Okay, any other comments or questions from the council? Not, let's go ahead and do a straw poll, modify the existing program to include this concept. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so that's unanimously supported. Thank you. Are there anything else that you would like us to provide input on or clarify? Look like it. Any final thoughts or questions from the council? If not, then we'll conclude this item. Thank you, Wayne and Michaela and RT for this work and for walking us through it. One item down, 15 to go. You can tell I'm doing a great job chairing this meeting because we're only 37 minutes late. So let's go ahead and take a break and come back at 12 minutes, okay? We'll come back at 7:20. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, we'll return at 7:20 for the regular session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of the City Council of August 30th, 2022. I will now reread the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom webinar, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe Koga. Here. Councilmember Kamei. Here. Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak. Here. Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Fantastic, thank you. We'll now move on to our presentation. Please note this is a presentation only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation item. This is item 3.1, Art and Wine Festival Weekend Proclamation. We are happy to be joined this evening by Peter Katz, President and CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce, to accept this proclamation. Proclamation reads, whereas the Mountain View Art and Wine Festival started in 1971 in downtown Mountain View to attract crowds to a struggling commercial center, the first year festival garnered 40 artists, and whereas the weekend following Labor Day has been a long-standing tradition reserved for bringing local artists, merchants, and craft vendors to downtown Mountain View, the weekend festival now brings in over 200,000 people from across the Bay Area and hosts more than 500 vendors. And whereas the weekend festival highlights hundreds of small independent merchants and artists and brings attention to our public services and organizations such as police and fire, the library, and local nonprofits, and creates a joyful and unified community. And whereas the Mountain View Art and Wine Festival has been voted as Silicon Valley's best festival consistently since 2004, and whereas the year 2022 marks the golden anniversary of the Art and Wine Festival produced by the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce, now, therefore, I, Lucas Ramirez, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the weekend after Labor Day as Art and Wine Festival Weekend. Congratulations, hooray. Peter, would you like to say a few words?
Wow, thank you, Mayor Ramirez and the City Council. The Chamber of Commerce is so proud to serve Mountain View with beloved and unique events, as well as host supportive programs that bring our community together, boost our economy, and help show the world that Mountain View truly is the best place to live, work, and play. You know, that old adage, it takes a village, is certainly true for the Art and Wine Festival. So on behalf of our small but mighty team at the Chamber, Kira Pasco, Katie Hawk, Jesse Cupp, Brian Kaczynski, and Leslie King, our artisans, our vendors, our performing artists, our nonprofits, our contractors, our partners, our sponsors, the City of Mountain View, and of course, the hundreds of amazing volunteers. Thank you for your support of this wonderful milestone. And remember, it's not too late to volunteer and be a part of our success. So we hope to see everyone on the 10th and the 11th, celebrate together, and thank you in person.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Peter. Would any member of the council like to say a few words? If not, then I will say thank you very much for joining us this evening, Peter, to accept the proclamation. And we're all looking forward to participating in the Art and Wine Festival coming up. Thank you for helping organize it for these past several decades. And with that, we will now take public comment for the presentation item. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the presentation item listed on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Let's go ahead and allocate 2 minutes. So keep in mind, members of the public, this is for this is public comment on the presentation for the proclamation related to the Art and Wine Festival. If you do not wish to speak about the proclamation regarding the Art and Wine Festival, then please lower your hand. Alice's S21. Would the speaker with the Zoom username Alice's S21 like to speak regarding the presentation? If so, please unmute yourself. It looks like that may not be the case, so we'll go ahead and move on to consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. If it's in order at this time, I just wanted to speak to one of the items, but not pull it.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to comment on item 4.6, the biodiversity strategy. And I was really delighted to see the response that we had from the San Francisco Estuary Institute. The Estuary Institute is really one of the treasures of the Bay Area in terms of environmental policy. And even though I'm usually the person that's saying, let's cut all the costs, I think that the reality is that this is going to be a very good investment on our part. And I really wholeheartedly appreciate all the different elements of what's proposed that are listed in the staff report. So my kudos to staff that have gotten us this far on the biodiversity strategy, and I'm really looking forward to the work on behalf of the Estuary Institute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. Well, I like to also comment on item 4.6. Didn't want to pull it, but I think one, I want to say that I'm glad that the City Council prioritized our environment and our biodiversity as one of our council goals. I'm really impressed by what staff put forward in this report, and I know that we've had community groups like our Santa Clara County Audubon Society. We got a great email, I thought, from Green Spaces MV, which highlighted a couple different things for us to do. Just wanted to note those comments and say those are things that I'm also interested in and hopeful that we can support. I think that, there was comments about like an educational component as well. And so just wanted to note that, but excited to see it on our agenda and moving forward. I know a lot of people are really interested, and it's exciting to be able to move forward on our council goal priorities. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I'm just going to add to the chorus here and say I've worked with SFEI several times over the years, and it's always been a delight. They really know their stuff, and they're very, very organized, and just take, they are one of those groups that seems to be able to, take sort of, to think globally and act locally. And with environmental issues, that's so very important. So I'm really glad to hear that they're going to be part of this. And then I also just want to thank the Public Works Department for all the work they're doing on sort of behind the scenes on things like replacing water mains. That sort of work is very, very important for maintaining the good, clean water for all of us to use. So thanks to Public Works for those items.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kamei, you still have your hand up? Did you want to? No worries. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I'm going to chime in on the biodiversity strategy as well. I think that this could be, a council item. I want to highlight it since it's on the consent calendar, and just say that I'm glad that we've put this in our work plan. I'm glad that the San Francisco Estuary Institute is working on it, and this is one of the things that makes Mountain View a great place to live for the people, the kind of results of the biodiversity strategy for the people who live here, but also for the plants and small creatures who live here. And there are many of them that knock on my back door, mostly opossums. But yeah, so I do want to highlight that and make sure that everybody knows that we're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also look forward to participating in that enthusiastic, unanimous vote in support of the biodiversity strategy. Are there any questions or comments before I go to public comment? If not, then would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item on the consent calendar? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen, and we'll go ahead and allocate 2 minutes. The first speaker is Shani Kleinhaus.
Good evening, Mayor Ramirez and council members. I'm Shani Kleinhaus, environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Audubon applauds the City of Mountain View for prioritizing a biodiversity strategy, and we support the item and the consultant that you have selected. They're, as said, excellent. This strategy has the potential to eventually revolutionize the urban design of our communities and integrate nature and biodiversity into our human landscapes. There are many actions the city can take and should take immediately to enrich Mountain View biological fabric, and some are already advancing. But this plan will be groundbreaking in its scope. Other communities have yet to embark on a comprehensive biodiversity overlay approach for a city, and Mountain View is on the cutting edge. But then what's new about that? So earlier during the study session, Council Member Abby Koga mentioned former Council Member Jack Siegel. And I also think of Council Member Laura Macias and Ronit Bryant and others who served in the past or continue to serve the community. And I'm sure that they're as proud of you today as I am. Thank you. I look forward to participating in the public outreach.
Thank you very much, Shani. The next speaker is Radhika Ekak.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I'm Radhika Theket. I am the board president of the Santa Clara Valley chapter of the California Native Plant Society. And I also want to say that I fully support, the biodiversity plan to hire the San Francisco Estuary Institute to provide a professional biodiversity strategy and project plan. We feel that this is now a critical need for actually all our Bay Area cities. And I'm really very pleased that the city of Mountain View recognizes the importance of native plants in our ecosystem and is following this path in this hour of need. I would also like to point out that CNPS has tons of resources. We have street tree plans and urban tree plans that we are very happy to share with your Parks and Recreation staff or any council member who wants to take a look at these. And we really look forward to the public outreach component of the plan and hope to contribute to that. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be short. I'm speaking for Green Spaces Mountain View. We sent a letter today, and thank you to Councilmember Kamei for mentioning that. And I hope that you all read it, and I hope staff will read it, of course. Anyway, there's a lot of details in there. I'm not going to repeat them here. And I also attached an earlier letter to PRC on the same topic. So a lot of good details in there that I hope you will look at. The work that's going to be undertaken looks like it's going to be extensive, and it's going to be a game changer for Mountain View. And this is all great. And the other organizations that have spoken so far, Green Spaces Mountain View works with them. Very strong partnership across all these organizations. So we're looking forward to the process as it moves forward. And we also encourage anybody in the public who wants to work with us to look us up and contact us and join in the work. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Celia Paymer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so again, I also am a representative of Green Spaces Mountain View, so you have our letter. So I'm excited you kind of referenced those letters. And we're really excited for this future work and participating. One thing I realized we didn't have in the letter that I would like to see added is an estimate for funding required to be successful. So we all know that money makes things happen. And so I didn't see in the plan any sort of estimate for a request for funding so that all of the things that they develop, we can actually do. So that would probably be a good addition. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Yeah, I too am excited to participate in the public outreach. I love nature and our animal friends, especially the possums. Possums are great. They're cute. They hiss. They're immune to Lyme disease. They eat ticks. They're just the best. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mary Dadio.
Hi, thank you, City Council. I'm very excited about the biodiversity strategy. Years ago, quite a while ago, the San Jose Mercury News had an architecture critic, if anybody remembers that. And I just remember reading a column one time where he talked about how important it was for our area to develop a sense of architecture that's distinctive and gives a sense of place. And that comment really stuck with me. And I'm excited about the biodiversity strategy because our California plants and the plants that are local to, especially to our region, are very distinctive and beautiful. And I think that a native plant-based biodiversity strategy is going to create a very distinctive sense of place for our city of Mountain View and make it really unique. We'll no longer look like cities in the Midwest or the South or someplace else, but we'll look like our own sense of place, and it will give us a real feeling of just being here. And I'm very excited to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Akshat.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good evening. My name is Akshat, and I'm a high school student. We are all well acquainted with the current plastic pollution crisis. Plastic bags are usually burned, buried, or washed away, thereby polluting our air, soil, and water. To tackle this problem, I have started Sustainable Sundays, a small individual effort to raise awareness regarding this issue. For this, I stand alone outside the farmers market with posters to raise awareness about reducing plastic use. In order to persuade and influence consumers to choose sustainable alternatives, last Sunday, I distributed reusable handmade cloth bags for free. Through my efforts, I hope that people take action and support Mountain View's Zero Waste program, which aims to divert 90% of waste away from landfills by 2030, thereby making Mountain View a sustainable and climate resilient city. I would greatly appreciate any feedback or suggestions in this regard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we will return to the council. And I'll note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached to items 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. If there are no other hands, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent calendar, including, here we go, item 4.2, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View authorizing temporary closure of parking lot 12 from 7:30 a.m. through 2:30 p.m. during Sunday 49ers home games at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara for fiscal years 2022 through 23 and 2023 through 24 for use by the California Farmers Market Association, to be read in title only, for the reading waived. Item 4.3, adopt a resolution of intention of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to vacate public easements at 870 East El Camino Real, to be read in title only, for the reading waived. Attachment 1 to the council report, and set a date for a public hearing to consider the vacation for September 27th, 2022. 4.4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View fixing the employer contribution at an equal amount for employees and annuitants under the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act with respect to a recognized employee organization, Group 001 Safety-Fire, to be read in title only, for the reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View fixing the employer contribution at an equal amount for employees and annuitants under the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act with respect to a recognized employee organization, Group 002 Safety-Police, to be read in title only, for the reading waived. Item 4.5, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending resolution number 18693, which authorized the city manager or designee to amend the memorandum of understanding between the Service Employees International Union Local 521 and the city for the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30, 2024, to correct an error in the provision governing equity adjustments, to be read in title only, for the reading waived. And that is thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Yep, thanks for reading all that. I'll second it.
Thank you. Any remaining questions or comments? If not, then I'll ask the city clerk to commence the roll call vote.
Councilmember Abikoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We will now move to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item not on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Timer is displayed on the screen. First speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hi all, Tim McKenzie, he, him pronouns, Montaloma neighborhood. One thing, welcome back from summer. It's great to see everyone. One thing that happened over the summer that I'm certain everyone is aware of was a wonderful presentation by the Human Relations Committee on the history of housing in Mountain View, and the housing element came up a fair amount during the study session. I would just like to officially say in some sort of council proceedings that I'd love to see that Human Relations Commission project included in the housing element as the draft gets updated and finalized and when it comes back to council. And one other item I'd like to mention, the Public Safety Advisory Board, when considering the work plan, had thought about adding depolicing traffic enforcement as a potential item, but did not include it. But as we saw over the summer, an officer was shot during a traffic stop. Thank goodness he was fine. The person that did the shooting was captured in a manhunt the next day. So everything worked out well, but I think it really highlights how important for public safety for both the public and for our officers who are out there putting themselves on the line, that depolicing traffic enforcement is something that we really should consider in Mountain View. And material conditions and circumstances have changed now that there has been something a little bit closer to home, and I wanted, maybe that would change people's consideration. So I wanted to put that on the radar as a potential thing for council to ask PSAB to look into, since they haven't met through the summer and been able to consider it, but about depolicing traffic enforcement. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Albert.
Thank you. Hi, Albert Jeans. I have my timer going too. Good evening, Mayor Ramirez and council members. Next slide, please. First, I would like to thank the city for following my suggestion and transplanting a redwood tree at San Verone Park instead of letting PG&E cut it down in order to build their gas regulator station. It looks great. I think it only took one morning to move it. My main reason for speaking to you tonight is to show you a couple of examples of why quality matters when it comes to building the future of Mountain View. This was brought home to me by some places I saw this summer. Next slide, please. We're all familiar with 100 Moffett. Thanks to Google Street View, we can see what it used to look like. Obviously, the tree canopy took a big hit, but won't the trees planted eventually make up for it? Well, what I didn't realize is that it's already been 5 years since those trees were planted. Next slide, please. Here are before and after pictures that I took personally. At this rate, how many more years will it take before the sidewalk is shaded? Next slide, please. I took this picture when I was in Japan last month. It's a rooftop garden in a mixed-use complex of stores, offices, and housing. It opened just 2 years ago. Just 2 years. They didn't want to wait 10 to 15 years for the trees to mature and instead transplanted mature trees. I've seen whole parks in Japan that are forested in this way. Sure, it's more expensive, but what is the value of providing a pleasant experience for the people you want to use the facility? Next slide, please. On a different note, I recently learned of a dog park in Santa Clara, which was highly regarded. And when I went there, I was impressed by how well designed it was. It has synthetic turf, easy to clean, multiple bag dispensers, lots of shade and vegetation, even a cleaning area with a water hose if your dog gets dirty. I'm running out of time. It's a popular place even on weekdays. Next slide, please. This is the dog park at Pyramid Park, soon to be open, and it's just filled with wood chips. It's not the kind of place I would take my dog to. And yeah, I think it needs a lot of improvements. Next slide, please. I'm running out of time. So my point is quality really matters. Quality of building, quality of parks, quality of life. We really want to build a great place to live in Mountain View. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albert. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. Kudos to Albert for that slide deck. I'd sure like to see some of the slides related to trees, so I will ask him for that. And the rest of it too, the dog park stuff. I wanted to bring up, and this is going to piggyback a bit on what Tim McKenzie said, but you're going to be looking at the work plans for all the advisory bodies shortly. And something that I would really like to see in virtually all of them, if not all of them, is legislative priority input. I think that as you come up with the legislative priorities from a city council perspective, you should have that input from the advisory bodies. The two that I'm thinking of in particular are PSAB and BPAC, but I think that all of them could provide some kind of input, if not only for funding opportunities that they might be able to take advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Julia.
Hello, thank you for my call here. I don't know the agenda, but I'm here to talk about tree. Please save the tree. Do not cut down the tree. The one in old Wells Fargo building parking lot. Please save the tree. That is our tree. I don't know the agenda, so I'm here to talk about the trees. And also,
Julia, if you're speaking about 90 Castro, that's the office project, the old Wells Fargo. That's the last item on the agenda.
Last
so
item.
Yeah. Oh. We've got one item before the office project. So if you would like to come back at that time to speak about the tree, then that would be the appropriate opportunity.
Okay. For future, I wish there's agenda, some schedule on a screen so I could see it. Right now, I can't see anything. So I'm sorry, I don't know. So I'm raising my hand. Sorry. So.
No worries at all.
Okay, I'll come back.
See you in a little. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
See no other members of the public wishing to speak. We will turn now to the first of two public hearings. This is item 6.1, introduce ordinances to add responsible construction and wage theft to the city code. Assistant to the city manager, Christina Gilmore, will present the item. So if somebody could help me elevate Christina to the panel. There you are. Somebody else stepped. Okay. Is there anyone else that we need to bring into panel?
Mayor, if Nicole Wright is out there, if she could be promoted to a panelist, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. And Christina, whenever you are ready, feel free to begin the presentation.
Great, I'll just share my screen. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Christina Gilmore, Assistant to the City Manager. The purpose of this item is to introduce ordinances to add a responsible construction ordinance and a wage theft ordinance. The purpose and approach for the development of the responsible construction and wage theft ordinances are to help ensure accountability and compliance with existing state wage and hour laws, enhance the protection of workers' rights, and support the city's existing minimum wage ordinance. Staff has conducted extensive outreach and research and assessed a range of considerations in order to develop ordinances that will most effectively accomplish this purpose. A study session was held in October 2021 to provide direction on the development of the responsible construction and wage theft ordinances. Revisions that were incorporated into the proposed ordinances following council direction from the study session are as follows. Exemption of businesses with no employees from the wage theft ordinance requirements. Staff has included this exemption in the proposed wage theft ordinance. Incorporate stronger consequences for non-compliance with the responsible construction ordinance. Staff has revised the ordinance to include terms to propose that a certificate of occupancy may be withheld for the failure to submit the pay transparency certification form, or if the city has sustained a complaint of a wage theft judgment that is unpaid and not secured by a surety bond or similar security instrument. Exploration of other methods to strengthen enforcement. Staff recommends that enforcement be conducted on a complaint basis as proposed during the October 2021 study session. Inclusion of additional acknowledgements and attestations in the responsible construction ordinance. The existing building permit review and issuance process already confirms that owners, contractors, and subcontractors have adequate workers' compensation insurance coverage and have maintained their contractor or subcontractor licensing. Consequently, this does not need to be included in the responsible construction ordinance. For unpaid payroll taxes, staff is not aware of an effective way for the city to ascertain that an owner, contractor, or subcontractor has not paid payroll taxes, as this information is not included in claims made to the state's DLSE. For this reason, the city would not have a means for pursuing compliance, and staff does not recommend including these items in the responsible construction ordinance. Exploration of options to expand protections for day laborers. Staff proposes to conduct a comprehensive education outreach campaign to explain what wage theft is and how to comply with wage and hour laws. The outreach campaign would also provide information and referral services for anyone who was a victim of wage theft. In addition, the proposed responsible construction ordinance includes an acknowledgement that day laborers employed as employees are similarly subject to the state's wage and hour laws. Contractors working in Mountain View are required to obtain a business license. Therefore, any day laborers hired as employees by these contractors would be protected by the proposed city's wage theft ordinance. Staff also recommends maintaining a project threshold of 15,000 square feet in the responsible construction ordinance. This will provide protections to the projects that employ the largest number of workers and keeps Mountain View's proposed responsible construction ordinance consistent with similar ordinances adopted by the city of Milpitas in 2021 and the city of Sunnyvale in 2022. The key components for the responsible construction ordinance are to apply to projects that are over 15,000 square feet, commercial and residential projects, new construction, significant additions and modifications. It would exempt projects that are already covered by prevailing wage requirements and would apply to the owner, contractor, and subcontractors over $100,000 or 1% of construction value. A pay acknowledgement form would be required at the beginning of the building project as a condition of the building permit. Notices should be posted of employee rights at each of the project sites, and a pay transparency certification at the end of the project as a condition of occupancy that it attests that the business does not have any unpaid wage theft judgments. A certificate of occupancy may be withheld for failure to submit a form or a sustained complaint of an unpaid wage theft judgment. The complaints will be complaint driven, and the complaint must be received before issuance of certificate of occupancy. An owner can appeal or cure any violation through paying the judgment or posting a bond. The responsible construction ordinance will be administered by the building division with support from the city manager's office and the city attorney's office for managing claims and appeals. The key components for the wage theft ordinance will be the businesses that are required to have a business license will be required to apply for or to submit the wage theft ordinance attestation. It'll exempt business owners without employees, and the affidavit will be submitted with the business license attesting that the business has complied with labor law judgments. A failure to submit an affidavit or submitting a false affidavit may be subject to administrative penalties or criminal penalties as an infraction. The complaint process will also be complaint driven. The ordinance will be administered by FASD. Following the introduction of the responsible construction and wage theft ordinances, staff will return to the City Council on September 13th for ordinance adoption with an effective date of January 1st, 2023. This will provide time for staff to develop the required forms needed for the business license and the building permit processes, and to include the wage theft ordinance requirements in the business license renewal mailings, which are sent in the fall. During the months leading up to the January 2023 effective date, staff will also develop materials and conduct community outreach and engagement to promote awareness of the new ordinances and encourage compliance. The outreach plan includes developing a flyer for projects to post at job sites, developing flyers and cards in multiple languages summarizing workers' rights for the distribution to day laborers through community-based organizations, conducting resident outreach through the city's communication channels, and developing a page on the city's website with information about wage theft, the city's ordinances, FAQs, and links to state, county, and community resources. This slide just is a summary of the recommendation that is contained in the staff report. And this concludes the presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina, for the presentation. Any questions from the council? If none, Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I do have one question. We got a letter from the Wage Theft, council got a letter from the Wage Theft Coalition, the Day Workers Center, and a variety of others asking that we protect day workers a little more by telling all residents that a bunch of things have to pay minimum wage or more, have to give breaks and lunch, but also that they have to issue a 2810.5 notice and pay workers' compensation. things that are, I think would be a little perplexing to somebody trying to hire a day worker, at least if I did it for the first time, it would perplex me. I'm wondering if I did, because I was perplexed, I did phone Maria Marroquin from the Day Workers Center and asked her, you know, if how she might simplify that. And she said that her concern really was that we offer a little more protection and a little more protection for day workers, and that it could be located. In the letter it says which nonprofits would you locate this additional protection at. She agreed that it's really just the Day Workers Center that people come to hire day workers, not other nonprofits. And that she felt they just needed a little more than was currently in the ordinance to make sure, you know, maybe something in plain English, not quite the, you know, naming forms like the 2810.5. And so I was wondering if staff had any suggestions on how we might offer a little more protection to day workers, but in plain English, and, you know, not be off-putting or confusing to people who would be hiring them. Do you have any suggestions along those lines?
Well, staff has definitely been working with the Day Worker Center as well as members of the Wage Theft Coalition to develop both of these ordinances, and we have appreciated their input to the development of these ordinances. As far as additional information for hiring day workers, we have discussed with the Day Worker Center as well as with the Wage Theft Coalition about collaborating with them to develop flyers and outreach that can be mailed to every household in Mountain View. And our intention would be that would be in very plain English so that people could understand, you know, what protections day laborers have under the existing ordinances as well as under existing state wage and hour laws. So we are happy to collaborate with them to develop information and flyers that would be in plain English, that would be less confusing for anyone who received it. And we will, as in addition to that, we'll be developing a website and FAQs and other outreach materials that will go out with our go out with our business license renewal process that clearly outlines the two ordinances and how people can comply, as well as how anyone who might be experiencing wage theft or has experienced wage theft, the resources available to them for reporting that.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
I think that covers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. And apologies, I forgot to ask this during my council briefing, but you know, should these ordinances go forward, sometimes in the implementation or the administrative processes, we kind of learn things, and what is the best way, I guess, or how do we foresee being able to take that input? You know, I think the Vice Mayor brought up some feedback that we received. It sounds like we're going to be implementing it, but as these go forward with the start date of January 2023, I think for those, you know, attending and listening, how might they be able to submit feedback? Would that just go directly to the city manager's office and we can take their feedback into account and do any kind of ordinance cleanup should we need to?
Certainly, they can contact the city manager's office with any feedback they have about both of the ordinances.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to tie that up. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Following up on what Councilmember Kamei said, I was wondering if we wanted to have some sort of a report brought back in maybe 12 months after implementation or 15 months after implementation or a couple years, whatever staff thinks is appropriate, to say how this is working. And what number of complaints there have been and how they've been, a little bit about how it's working and how it's been resolved. And are there any needs for amending the ordinance? I really like to build that into our direction today.
Was there a desire for staff to respond?
Well, I guess so. I guess how do they think that should work? You know, coming back to us with just a report on how it's working.
Apologies, Councilmember Showalter, I was taking notes. Yeah, we certainly are, we can certainly bring this back at a future date, and I can consult with the city attorney's office and the city manager for when that would be an appropriate timing. But I think, 12 or 15 month time range would most likely be a reasonable date.
And I would also say that depending on what you find, it might be that we just need a memo. It might not need to be agendized, but that would be something that you would want to consider. What's the best methodology?
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm very pleased to see this finally coming forward. It's been a long time coming, and this has been a major issue in our community. And I just want to make sure, in terms of the day labor questions that were raised, that we're giving useful, appropriate information to homeowners that won't have a dampening effect on day laborers in our community being able to get jobs, in particular on the question of workers' comp, and after how many hours workers' comp kicks in as a necessity. And I'm very eager that the outreach materials be very clear and very succinct and in plain language, so that there aren't any misunderstandings that would lead to a misunderstanding about what the responsibilities are, and individuals not being wishing to engage with the day labor center. So I just want to make sure that we all have the same understanding in regards to that.
Thank you. It's noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any remaining questions? Not. We'll turn to the public. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. And due to the number of speakers, let's allocate 1 minute and 30 seconds. The first speaker is Ryan Jones.
Hello. My name is Ryan Jones, and I am a journey person with UA Local 393. Thank you for your time and your attention to these very important issues that have a lasting impact on our local community and the economy related to responsible construction. Over the years, construction projects have increased in the Bay Area, yet we are experiencing a record high level of exploitation, less skilled and trained local workforce building these projects, and the refusal to pay a living wage. We all know that minimum wage is not a livable wage in the Bay Area. Wage theft and responsible construction ordinances are an issue on both private and public works projects. Today, when we take action as a community to fight against these unlawful practices, we must talk about private and public works projects as one. Today, I ask you to support the local workforce that protects workers, the community, and our future of private and public work projects. Please put people over profit. Please stop workers from being exploited. Any protection that is passed should include private and public work projects. Thank you. Thank you for your time today, and we hope that the City of Mountain View will join UA Local 393 in passing ordinances that include public work protections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is M. Sandoval.
It's really Ruth Silvertobe. I'm on my legal assistant's computer because it's the only one that's working today at the Law Center. I'm at the legal clinic. I did want to point out that the material for the day workers is going to be extremely simple. There's lots of stuff that the National Day Worker Organization has put out. We can show it to the council. There's going to be no problem there. Also, we need a second ordinance that involves the city of Mountain View. We need an ordinance that involves Public Works and all contractors with the city. Sunnyvale has it, Milpitas has it, Morgan Hill has it, Santa Clara County has it. So we need a phase 2 that deals with that. Otherwise, these two and direct staff to draft a wage theft policy regarding contractors with the city of Mountain View and including all contractors, including Public Works. Thank you very much for your work on this.
Thank you very much, Ruth. The next speaker is Bruce.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. I'll just be short. I just want to voice support for the what's intended through this. And tonight you had the discussion about affordable housing. So this discussion here is very timely. Making a living in Mountain View is a major challenge, and meeting expenses, especially if you're making lower amounts of money, say minimum wage or something like that. I support including the day workers and the work that is being done through this, and also the public projects. And I also wanted to mention the big 3 asks by the trades, in particular the carpenters, where they want support for apprenticeship programs, for healthcare and other benefits, and for some kind of a local hire requirement. One thing that those of us who care about environmental sustainability want is reduced vehicle miles traveled. And if workers need to come from far distances, which they do, that just means more VMT. So this is a good move for everybody to make these corrections. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
I would just want to voice support for the wage theft ordinance. Wage theft outweighs property theft by property crime more generally by several fold. So attacking, and that's something that is diminishing income from the workers, really. I'll say it's good to hear the working with the Day Worker Center. I say listen to the Wage Theft Coalition. They've been working on this for years. So what previous speaker said about the need for another ordinance, I guess I will defer to her expertise, but I would say listen to them as well. And it's great to see this happening. So thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Harvey McKeon.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Harvey McKeon. I'm here from Carpenters Union Local 405, speaking in support of the proposed ordinances. California workers have long suffered due to an epidemic of wage theft, not just in construction, but in other industries too. But in terms of construction, Mountain View has itself been the site of construction projects that have frankly been economic crime scenes. And so these ordinances are much welcomed. In January of this year, the state labor commissioner found that a contractor in Mountain View cheated multiple workers out of wages while constructing in the city. And ultimately, such wage theft damages individuals, families, communities, and regions. And data has shown that around half of all construction worker families are enrolled in safety net programs at a public cost in excess of $3 billion. So when employers steal wages, They defund and defraud not only the worker themselves, but also government programs, including workers' comp, social security, and Medicare. And as a labor union, these are the types of practices that are everything we stand against. And so we applaud the city's responsible and construction and wage theft ordinances in question. We look forward to their passage. We look forward to observing their enforcement and their efficacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harvey. The next speaker is Forrest Peterson.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I want to reiterate the comments there made by Dr. Tim McKenzie. I think those were very knowledgeable and well-spoken. So the statements I want to make is on public works and repeat offenders. I have been researching wage theft in the construction industry at Stanford Engineering with the Center for Integrated Facilities Engineering for, I think, the past 6 years now. And in that time, one of the things that is very clear is that public works is where the greatest motivation is for theft. I think as the members of the plumbers union can attest, when their wages are $115 an hour, if you can sneak in workers at $20 an hour, which I have seen happen, the contractor walks away with that chunk of money, then leaving a burden on the city for public services, for the welfare of that worker's children, healthcare, food, housing, because you can't live off $20 an hour. And people are really tricked into this. You know, you can be told you can work less and then you work your way up, but you never work your way up. So I think that's why it's important to focus on that public works aspect. And then repeat offenders. This is a business model. People do it over and over. In the data set, I frequently see those frequent flyers who have violations with different government agencies at different levels that agencies aren't.
Thank you very much, Forrest. I'm sorry that you've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everyone. The next speaker is Salwina Opiso Mondina.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Salwina Opiso Mondina. I am a member of the Wage Theft Coalition as well as of the Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants, or PAWIs. I am here to urge the city to adopt the two ordinances, the Responsible Construction Ordinance and Wage Theft Ordinance, and for the council to direct staff to return with a wage theft policy relating to contracts with the city of Mountain View. As what other speakers have already said, that includes all contracts, including public works, and covers unpaid judgments and repeat offenders, as well as in consultation with Day Worker Center of Mountain View, provide more information on the specific outreach and education they intend to conduct, including sending letters to all property owners in the city, informing them of their legal wage and our obligations, including prohibition against retaliation, and the names of specific locations where the city will be providing information to day workers and the methods. Thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you very much, Valwina. The next speaker is Brian Poors.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Poors, and I'm a business agent with UA Local 393, Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and HVAC CR Service Technicians. We represent over 3,000 members in Santa Clara and San Benito County. Really appreciate your time and attention to these important issues that have lasting impacts on our local community. Construction projects have increased in the Bay Area, yet we are still experiencing record levels of exploitation. Wage theft and responsible construction ordinances are an issue on both the private and public works projects. Today, when we take action as a community to fight against these unlawful practices, we have to talk about public works and private projects alike as one and equally. Today, I bring my concerns and those on behalf of my fellow 3,000 members, families, and our future generations. As many of you know, what we do today builds our future for tomorrow. Today, developers and builders who refuse to pay the prevailing wage are building projects that are exploiting workers from out of the area, state, and country, all the while profiting while pushing the middle class out of the area. teachers, healthcare providers, and construction workers are being pushed out of here daily. Bad actors not using skilled and trained labor could also result in major environmental health and safety harm, and it also defeats our workforce development pre-apprenticeship program. Therefore, I ask that we address wage.
Thank you very much, Brian. I'm sorry, you've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Jose Cabrera. Jose Cabrera, are you able to unmute yourself? You are the next speaker. Let's go ahead then to Jose. We'll come back to you and turn to Luis Auerhan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. This is Auerhan with Working Partnerships, and I want to thank the City of Mountain View for your consideration and work on this ordinance and for your long-standing leadership and empowering. From being the leader in setting minimum wage to now taking the next step to make sure that that minimum wage or the wages that they're owed are actually what workers are getting. This is a hugely important step, both the wage theft and responsible. As you've heard, wage theft is an alarmingly widespread crime, and it's also a racial justice issue and a gender justice issue. Wage theft is committed overwhelmingly in industries and occupations that are predominantly done by people of color, by immigrants, by women of color. In construction in particular, wage theft targeting workers of color and immigrants is widespread enough that it's become a major source of pay inequity. Latino construction workers in San Jose, right next door, bring home 38% less pay than white construction workers. Part of that is due to wage theft. So these two ordinances will be a big step in the right direction. I also strongly support the community outreach, both to the ordinances and to day laborers. I would suggest also contacting the County Office of Labor Standards Enforcement to see if they might be able to assist with that outreach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abikoga, I see your hand, and so do you have, is this a clarifying question from a speaker that you're seeking? Let me do a quick check-in because I remember doing this before and I was cited for allowing additional time for a speaker. So let me first quickly ask the city attorney, is this okay?
Sorry, I was on mute. Can I have a little clarification? Like, are we going to give a lot of time, or do you just want to ask a question? I mean, I think we do need to be fair and make sure that, you know, everyone is getting an equal amount of time.
That's fine. I'll just ask the question to staff and see if staff can answer. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. The next speaker is Corey Quevedo.
Hello, my name is Corey Quevedo, and I'm a journeyman plumber with UA Local 393. Thank you for your time and attention to this very important issues that will have lasting impacts on our local community and economy related to wage theft. Over the years, construction projects have increased in the Bay Area, yet we are experiencing record high levels of exploitation, less skilled and trained local workforce building these projects, and the refusal to pay a living wage. Wage theft and responsible construction ordinances are an issue on both private and public works projects. Today, when we take action as a community to fight against these unlawful practices, we must talk about private and public works projects as one. Developers and contractors claim that they are unable to pencil out a project with local prevailing wage rates. They want to pay minimum wages or barely above the minimum which we know a person is unable to live in this area for those wages, and promotes exploitation of workers through this misclassification of workers and using unskilled workers who have not been trained to install life-dependent systems such as water, air, and heat. These developers and contractors are pocketing profit from the working class pockets. We ask that you stand with us to say no to those who exploit workers and do not let them have a free pass to do it in Mountain View. Any protection that is passed should include public works projects. Thank you for your time today, and we hope that the City of Mountain View will join UA Local 393 in passing these ordinances that include public works projects protections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Corey. The next speaker is Erica Valentine.
Hi, my name is Erica Valentine. I'm the political director for UA Local 393. We represent over 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, HVACR technicians in Santa Clara and San Benito County. First, thank you for your time and attention to the future of our construction industry and community in Mountain View. The next 10 years of Mountain View has numerous projects and commercial and residential projects that the entire world will be watching and witnessing the leadership of Mountain View. The profit on these projects make it right for bad actors to put profit over people in our community. Today is our day to set a leadership model for all of the world to see and send a message that paying a livable prevailing wage is responsible. Deterring exploitation is a cornerstone of the values of the community. Furthermore, I ask any protections passed to include public works. Today is our day to lead. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening again, Council. This is Kevin Ma, again representing the League of Women Voters. The League has a position that people have the right to an income and/or services sufficient to meet their basic needs. As such, we support the staff recommendation and are thankful for staff for conducting extensive outreach to propose such a systematic, codified process that is generally acceptable for all the various stakeholders in the process to address the main issue of labor law violations in the City of Mountain View. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Seeing no other public speakers in the queue, we'll turn to the council. And I'll note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the ordinances and resolution attached to the report. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff for bringing this forward and for all your hard work on this. It has been a long time in coming, and since we passed the increase in the minimum wage, this came right after, and I think I first brought it up in when I came back to council in 2017. So here we are 5 years later. Frankly, to be honest, the council at that time didn't make it a priority, and it took this council to make it a priority. So I thank my colleagues here for doing that. But the question I wanted to ask to Ms. Auerham, but maybe staff can respond. I guess I had assumed that with our responsible bidder requirement on public works project, that included issues like wage theft. Is that not the case? And yes, and I mean, I'll say that I do agree that I think that, we have to walk the talk ourselves first. So we should be including public projects if we're going to ask the private community to do this. But if you can maybe elaborate or explain what we actually have in place with the responsible bidder requirement, that would help to start the conversation.
Good evening, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Abikoga. So yes, for our construction bidding projects, we require and we include in the contract that they must comply with all federal, state, and local requirements, labor requirements. That is fully enforceable under our contract, and they would be in breach of contract if we found out they did not. They are also required to pay prevailing wage, to register with the Department of Industrial Resources, DIR, and to submit certified payroll forms. Now, we go a little bit further than just say, submit it to the DIR. We do have a labor compliance officer, and when our contractors submit invoices, it does go to our labor compliance officer. They check to confirm, has the contractor filed the DIR forms. They will do a spot check of the certified payroll against the DIR general prevailing wage determination to see if the wages that they're seeing equal what the prevailing wages should be. So we already do have some requirements in place to ensure, to the extent that we are able to ensure prevailing wage is being provided for our construction contracts.
So then, do you know, and this is what I wanted to ask the public member, was like what more they're asking us to add or include to our existing policies?
So first off, this is fairly new request that we received, and I believe Ms. Gilmore will confirm that as well, that it was only in the last week that we were, in last week or two, that we're hearing interest in asking us to look at these other policies some other cities have adopted. Now, these policies currently apply to general city contracts, and they specifically exclude public works contracts and prevailing wage contracts. One of the things we as staff did, I had help from our purchasing manager in finance, was contact those other cities about these policies. And one of the things that we've heard from the other cities is that these policies, and they're kind of like a model policy, they're pretty identical in wording. They have been finding that they are difficult to enforce and administer, and they're not certain they've been that effective. And in fact, they are looking at reworking them. The one city that is looking at including public works contract as part of this policy is San Jose. And San Jose staff has acknowledged they've already put in a lot of time to try to figure out how could it be actually effective, enforceable, and what it would require in terms of staffing resources. One of the things we as staff are willing to do is watch San Jose's efforts because they're already putting a lot of time and attention to this, but they've already acknowledged to us that it could take a lot of effort. And so that's where we're at right now. I think part of the issue, what we heard, and I think you heard in writing, is there are concerns about the DIR's staffing resources and how well that they're checking on all of this. But just saying in that case, the city should just adopt its own ordinances and policies without us doing due research and confirming could we actually do something that's more effective and what resources that would require, it would be of concern to us tonight.
So thank you. So the DIR is the Department of
Industrial Relations with the state.
Okay. And then there's the county Office of Labor Standards. And from the staff report, it looks like we've been talking with them, but some of their information is outdated as well on wage stuff. And so I guess I want to be mindful of staff resources, but I guess that's where I'm thinking, can we look to the county? Should we be advocating at the state? And also, can we, potentially partner with San Jose to come up with a ordinance, an enforceable ordinance? And then if we wanted to do that, what do we need to do this evening?
Well, at this point as staff, what we're suggesting is that if this is something the council would really like staff to research, explore, it would have to be considered as part of the overall council work plan and looking at in terms of priorities, which is something you'll be discussing early in 2023. In the meantime, we have no problem as staff monitoring what San Jose is doing, checking in with San Jose staff, see what we can learn from them since they're already doing the heavy lift in terms of what it may take to have an effective ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I plan to support the staff recommendation this evening, but would be interested in future follow-up, but I see another hand, so I'll wait to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor.
I had several questions. Well, I'll start with just a statement. I'm very interested in seeing something come back to us at goal setting. And I would be more than willing to take other projects off of the list to be able to have a more robust enforcement mechanism in Mountain View. And I'm wondering, with the various things that were discussed in terms of looking at wage records once a contract is awarded and it's moving ahead. Is there anything that we do on the front end that at the time when we're looking at responses to an RFP or an RFQ of asking if an entity has unmet wage orders against them? On the front end, before we, while we're in the bidding process, we do have our labor compliance officer at pre-bid meetings providing contractors with checklists of their requirements to make sure that they're fully aware. And when they submit their bid, they're basically submitting that checklist and saying, yes, we're aware of all of their responsibilities to comply with all the labor laws. Also note, they're not specifically asked at this point, do you have any judgments or anything against you, that type of thing. However, I will also note that if you pass the wage theft ordinance tonight, which is linked to a business license where they have to submit the affidavit, we require all vendors and contractors doing work for the city to have a business license. So by doing so, they have to be able to pull a business license and demonstrate it to us, or they do not get the contract from us. And they will be then submitting that affidavit that is required to have a business license. And so would they be able to have a business license in Mountain View if they had been, a super bottom feeder for the past 3 years and had all kinds of judgments against them? Would they still be able to, get that business license because their offenses had taken place in San Jose or another jurisdiction? I would like to ask the city attorney. Thank you. Could we?
Yes. So what's proposed in the ordinance is that the business license, well, a form would need to be submitted in conjunction with the business license process. However, if they either fail to submit a form or submit what we come to learn afterwards is a form that had false information, they submitted an affidavit that indicated they did not have any unpaid or unsatisfied wage theft judgments, but actually did, we would be pursuing that through enforcement means of either administrative penalties or potentially criminal penalties as an infraction. So the business license would still be issued, but we're utilizing that process for obtaining the affidavit. And then we would be evaluating the enforcement of, like I said, either a non-submittal or a false submittal through admin penalties or criminal penalties.
So then every year or every 2 years, or however long the license lasts for, they would have to attest that they don't have any unmet judgments.
Correct. It would be an annual, either upon the first issuance and then with each renewal. Correct. Annually.
Okay, super. And then on the complaint basis, who is eligible to make a complaint? Is it just the aggrieved worker, or can someone who's a citizen journalist who likes to hang out at the courthouse and look around at things, can they submit a complaint?
So I think looking at each of the ordinances, there might be a different process. So for under the responsible construction ordinance, under the complaint process set forth in the ordinance, it would be an employee or the holder of a judgment. So someone who was awarded a court order or judgment that has not yet been satisfied or paid would be able to submit the complaint, and there's required documentation to accompany that complaint. For the wage theft ordinance, the ordinance itself doesn't specify, you know, we don't have a formal complaint as part of that ordinance. So I think like other city ordinances, if, you know, a complaint were submitted or something was submitted to the city indicating that there was reason to believe that, let's say, a false affidavit for wage theft was submitted, that's something that we would review and consider consistent with how we would treat other potential violations of our city code.
Okay. And my reason for asking is, you know, going back to like the 1990s and probably earlier, we've had various law students from Stanford and et cetera, coming to Mountain View and working with large numbers of workers here that work for a few entities and that are by and large undocumented immigrant workers. And they've been subject to wage theft. And so I could envision a lot of circumstances where a particular worker or even a group of workers would be reticent to go to City Hall and engage in a process that they're not really, you know, familiar with or have a good feeling about interfacing with government. So would the complaint process also cover, like, could their legal representatives file something on their behalf, or how would that work?
For the responsible construction ordinance, I don't see a reason why a legal representative acting on behalf of an employee couldn't file the complaint. I would just note that, you know, through that complaint process, it's already, it was already a claim that was submitted to the state, right, through the DLSE, the Department of Labor Standards Enforcement. I hope I got that right. But through the state, basically, to make a determination on whether or not the claim that was submitted, you know, was valid and made an award. So there was already a process that was undertaken, and what would be submitted to the city as part of our complaint process under the responsible construction ordinance is a copy of that, of the final outcome of that. So the final order or judgment.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to see, you know, individuals who aren't maybe, you know, part of the process at different times, you know, have a fair shot at getting justice and warning the community about the bad actors that are out there. So I'd like to kind of, you know, cast a wider net in terms of who's able to make those complaints, you know, on a legitimate basis, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Appicoka, is it okay if I go to Councilmember Matichak first, just so we give everyone a turn? Or you're okay with? Okay, so Councilmember Matichak defers, so we'll go to Councilmember Appicoka first.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was actually hoping to make a motion. I did have one other question before we do that. I know that we have the community workforce agreement item, also one of our priorities coming to us at some point, hopefully soon. So I guess my suggestion was I would ask staff to, you know, do the outreach that you've been doing a good job on, and definitely reach out to our building and trades folks, especially to hear what the concerns are with our current public works requirements. And, you know, perhaps through the CWA process, we can enhance any areas that we need to strengthen our wage theft policies or anti-wage theft policies around public projects. And so I don't know if I need to add that to the motion, but I'm happy to do that if needed. Staff, do you need that in the motion, or are you clear?
No, we don't need it in the motion, and we were planning to do the outreach you mentioned as part of the community workforce agreement.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think many of us support the idea of our own projects being under the same requirements. So just if we can roll it into the CWA process, I think that might be the fastest way to do that. So with that, then I would like to make a motion to introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View adding Article 3, Responsible Construction, to Chapter 42 of the Mountain View City Code to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for September 13th, 2022, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View adding Article 4, Wage Theft, to Chapter 42 of the Mountain View City Code to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for September 13th, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Just had a couple comments. I want to thank Councilmember Abikoga for keeping this one at the forefront and keeping it on the work plan. And I appreciate my colleagues supporting it. I know this wasn't an easy or small project, so I want to thank staff for everything you did on this one. It was a challenging one, I would say, but we're here and I'm happy about that, and I'm happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. And ditto. I'm really glad to see this finally come to fruition. I remember the council prioritizing it in June 2019, thinking, other cities have done this. This is not new work. And it's unfortunate the pandemic got in the way and shifted our priorities pretty radically, but very grateful for the work that you've done and finally, and happy to see it finally get to the finish line. So I see the Vice Mayor is rejoining us. Vice Mayor, there is a motion on the floor for the staff recommendation, and we are just about to take a vote. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Nicole, did you want to speak to the motion?
Sorry, Mayor, if I may, I believe though of the staff recommendation, just items 1 and 2 were read in for the 2 ordinances and not the adoption of the resolution. And maybe I misheard that, but I just wanted to confirm that that was intended to be part of the motion as well.
Yes, I'm sorry. It was on the next page that I didn't flip over to. So it would include the adoption of the resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, amending the City of Mountain View Master Fee Schedule to be read in title only, for the reading waived. Thank you.
And it looks like the seconder is good with that. Vice Mayor Hicks, did you have a question or comment?
My comment is, I'm sorry, my computer is not doing well tonight. I'm sorry, I dropped off. And my question is, or maybe it's a comment, I assume that these are without modifications, or are there modifications I should know about that happened while I was off?
Motion is just the staff recommendation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
No problem. If there are no other questions or comments, then we'll start the roll call.
Councilmember Abikoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. We will now move to item 6.2, mixed-use development at 590 Castro Street. And we'll start with some surprise announcements. Vice Mayor Hicks, do you have an announcement to make?
Yes, I do have an announcement. I'm recusing myself from item 6.2 because my personal residence is located in close proximity to the project site.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Abikoga, do you have an announcement to make?
Yes, thank you. I have the same announcement that I will be recusing myself from this item due to my personal residence being located in close proximity to the project site. Thank you and good night.
Take care. Would everyone like a 5-minute break before we enter this item, or should we power through it? 5-minute break, thumbs up. No, okay. Well, I'm down with a 5-minute break too. Sorry. So we'll just proceed then with the staff report. Principal Planner Diana Pancioli will present the item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Diana Pancioli, Principal Planner with the city's Planning Division. And the item in front of you tonight is a commercial mixed-use development in city's downtown at 590 Castro Street. The 0.97 acre project site is located northwest of Castro Street and Church Street, immediately south of the City Hall and adjacent to Mountain View Chamber of Commerce and the Pioneer Park. The existing site is currently developed with a single-story vacant commercial building with the associated surface parking lot. The site is also surrounded with similar mixed-use office and commercial developments. The project site is located in Area I of the Downtown Precise Plan and specifically in the Civic Center block. The Precise Plan envisions a multi-story building at the site with setbacks from the Pioneer Park, and it has been actually identified as the only redevelopment opportunity site in Area I. The Precise Plan also prescribes various permitted and provisional uses in the Precise Plan, and specifically for this project site. It should be noted that an office use on the upper floors is a permitted use for the Precise Plan, and residential use is actually a provisional use and only allowed on the upper stories in this area of the Precise Plan. It should be noted that the original project scope, which included a provisional use permit request to allow some ground floor office use, has been modified. In July 2022, the applicant resubmitted a revised project replacing the ground floor office use with retail use, which removed the requirement for a provisional use permit. Additionally, staff did further review and determined that the Downtown Precise Plan allows for mixed-use development with reduced parking to be considered if supported by a parking study and does not require a separate provisional use permit. This parking study and the reduced parking proposal is to be reviewed as part of the development approval process at a public hearing. This is consistent with the previously approved mixed-use development projects in downtown that have requested reduced parking. And therefore, the project description has been modified to remove the provisional use permit aspect of the project. The applicant, Zebrado organization, is proposing to demolish the existing vacant commercial building and redevelop the site with a 4-story mixed-use commercial building over 2 stories of underground parking garage. The Precise Plan is very prescriptive and in large part dictates the site plan development. Specifically, it requires a minimum 50-foot wide landscape connection between Castro Street and Pioneer Park. It also requires that the proposed new buildings have to be closer to the street frontages. In addition to that, it requires the driveway access and the back of the house operation should be located away from the street frontages. The driveway location in turn also ensures access to the existing Chamber of Commerce building adjacent to it. So the resulting site plan that has been developed for the project is in conformance with all these requirements that I just described, which are from the Precise Plan. There are existing 19 trees on the project site, and this includes 9 heritage trees. Majority of the trees are located in the surface parking lot. Remaining trees are along the street frontages and are the street trees. As I mentioned earlier, the Precise Plan is very prescriptive and dictates the site design for buildings, as I discussed in the previous section. And this configuration of the site plan design makes it very challenging to preserve the existing trees on site, which were planted for an older parking lot configuration. As a result, the project proposes to remove 9 heritage trees and requires a heritage tree permit. 10 additional non-heritage trees are also being proposed to be removed. The proposed tree removals were reviewed by the city arborist and the applicant's arborist team as well for their ability to be transplanted elsewhere off-site, but they were determined to be not fit for transplanting due to their size, the height, and the location. In order to ensure that the newly planted trees as part of the project will achieve higher canopy coverage, the applicant is actually proposing to plant 54 new trees, and it will be planted at a replanting ratio of 2.8:1 replacement ratio, which is above and beyond the city's standard practice of 2:1 for heritage trees and 1:1 replacement ratio for non-heritage trees. The resulting tree removal and the planting plan carefully considers the implementation of the vision of the downtown precise plan and meets the city code requirements and practices, and incorporates native planting and dot-on planting as well. Staff therefore recommends the proposed tree removal and replacement plans. The proposed building design has an architectural style with a mix of traditional and contemporary building material to relate to its neighboring context. Specifically, the Castro and Church Street intersection, the entry design has a special emphasis on the corner entry and step backs at the upper floors. The design also emphasizes the ground floor retail tenant spaces along the Castro Street and Church Street frontages. The project is proposing 2 levels of underground parking garage. As per the downtown precise plan parking requirements, the proposed uses will require 314 spaces. The precise plan also allows for consideration of reduced parking with justification from a parking study for mixed-use development. In line with that, the applicant is proposing 255 spaces, which is a 19% parking reduction for this proposed project. The proposed reduction is supported by a parking analysis which was conducted by Hexagon Transportation Consultant, Inc., which concluded that the proposed parking will be adequate for the type of uses that are proposed at this site. This was based on aspects such as proximity to transit, the mix of uses and the shared parking possibilities, data from other similar projects in the area. It should also be noted that the applicant is also proposing a robust TDM program, which is going to achieve and aims to achieve 20% trip reduction. The applicant has also included in the project proposal an attendant assist parking program to serve retail users, office users, and visitors during the hours of operation. And this reduced parking that they're proposing on site is consistent with the city's VMT policy. Project also includes various voluntary offers from the applicant, which have been described in detail in the staff report. But in a quick summary, this includes relocation of the city's trash enclosure, extension of landscape plaza along the city's easement at the back of the project, reconfiguration of public parking adjacent to the Pioneer Park, and shared parking for public during off hours and weekends. And as I mentioned earlier, the applicant has gone above and beyond to plant additional trees as part of the project landscape design and will include larger size trees, including up to 18 trees, which will be 48 to 36-inch box trees above the 24-inch box standard requirement. As per for the CEQA analysis, the project is found to be categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15332 Infill Development Project of the CEQA guidelines. As per city's VMT screening criteria, the project is expected to have a less than significant impact on VMT. A multimodal transportation analysis was also conducted for the project, which concluded less than significant impacts on the transportation system with the implementation of the Transportation Demand Management Program. Through various meetings and community input sources, city has received additional comments on the project, primarily focusing on the proposed office use at this location, parking impacts to the neighborhood, proposed tree removal impacts, and office use on the ground floor, creating inactive spaces. This has been discussed extensively in the staff report, but in a quick summary, the proposed office use is an allowed use on upper floors as per the precise plan and general plan as well. The downtown precise plan allows for consideration of reduced parking in mixed-use project if supported by a parking study. The applicant's proposal of the tree removals is above and beyond the city's standard practice and includes native and drought-tolerant planting. And as I described earlier, the project proposal has been revised and does not include any more ground floor office space and removing the provisional use permit aspect. In terms of the previous reviews, the project applicant conducted a community meeting in October 2021 to seek community input, and all the property owners and tenants in 750-foot radius were notified of this particular meeting. The project was also reviewed at various occasions by the Development Review Committee and finally received a conditional approval in October 2021. Project was also reviewed by the Parks and Rec Commission in terms of reviewing the replacement parking, encroachment into the Pioneer Park, and a possible removal of a heritage tree. And the Parks and Rec Commission recommended approval to the council in June 2021. Following that, the zoning administrator and the subdivision committee reviewed the project at a public hearing in February 2022 and recommended approval to the City Council based on conditions of approval included in the project and the map resolutions. It should be noted for clarity that this project was scheduled for City Council meetings earlier this year in April and May, but it was continued both at that time. In summary, staff would just like to reiterate, the project is consistent with the general plan. It meets the downtown precise plan land use and site design requirement. The reduced parking supported by the parking study is per the downtown precise plan parking policy, and it meets the city's VMT policy as well. The applicant's voluntary features, including shared public parking and extension of the landscape plaza, is a significant improvement and addition to the project and to the neighborhood. And proposed the parcel map is also compliant with the Subdivision Map Act. This concludes staff presentation. Staff recommends approval of the planned community permit, the development review permit, the heritage tree removal permit, and the preliminary parcel map as per the conditions of approval attached to the staff report. Staff is available for any council questions. Please note the applicant is also present here tonight and has a brief presentation for council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. And before we turn to the council for questions, I'll ask if there are any disclosures that need to be made. And I'll disclose that I did speak with the applicant prior to the meeting. Councilmember Medichak.
Thank you. I have had meetings with the applicant. I've had informal conversations with residents, and I have been by the site many, many times. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I did meet with Mr. Tersini once over Zoom and have had numerous contacts from neighbors of the proposed project.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
I too met with Sobrato about this project and have heard from many constituents about it.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks. I'd like to disclose that I met with the applicant, the residents, and visited the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, before we turn to the council for questions, we will now have a presentation from the applicant, represented by Rob Tersini from the Sobrato organization, Ted Forth, and Arista Jusuf from KSH Architects, and Nick Samuelson from the Gazzardo Partnership. Whenever you are ready.
Everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
If somebody is speaking, I don't believe we can hear you.
I think Rob is trying to.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Did you hear anything, or do you want me to start over real quick?
You'll have to start over.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I do not know what happened. Okay, I'll be brief. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rob Tersini, and I'm the Vice President of Development at the Sobrato organization. We are very excited to be here with our project tonight, and want to give a special thanks to city staff for all of their hard work over the years to help us get to where we are today. I'd like to take a minute to introduce the team I have with me tonight, who all in their own right have strong experience with development in Mountain View and will be helping present the project. My colleague, Jeff Sobrato with the Sobrato organization, Ted Korth and Amanda Borden with Korth and Siri Hagee, the architects, Nick Samuelson with the Gazzardo Partnership, the landscape architect, Nectarios Mateo with Kieran Wright, the civil engineers, Gary Black with Hexagon, our transportation consultant, and finally, Tamsin Plume, who is our land use counsel. With that, I'd want to turn it over to Ted and Nick, and they'll walk you through the project.
Thank you. I'm Ted Korth. Good evening. So here's a view of the intersection of Church Street and Castro Street. Our site is the upper left-hand corner. You can see where it says existing one-story office building with a surface parking lot. And the buildings at the other three intersections are all 4-story mixed-use buildings, and the proposed project that we're presenting is also a 4-story mixed-use building. Again, our side is the upper left-hand corner, and then the other buildings on the other three corners are shown on this page as well. Next, please. So the Mountain View precise plan, as Diana explained, has very prescriptive requirements. Our project complies with all of the design guidelines, including uses, building coverage, open space, parking requirements, and the service areas and access to them from the various streets. You can see our sites in yellow on that site plan. Next, please. So we comply with the height, we comply with the massing requirements. Massing requirements include providing that open space that is shown at the top of the site there, going left, right from Castro to Pioneer Park and vice versa. That's being developed as a paseo as part of this project design. The ground level facade and roof treatment have all been designed per the plans. And we've set the 4th story back in the building on all 4 sides to lessen the impact of the project as well. All the windows are recessed. The windows are highly detailed. Awnings and deep overhangs are provided at the ground floor to activate the ground floor for the pedestrian experience. The site access we've achieved as well. So we are compliant in terms of what's requested. Next, please. So this is the site plan that Diana showed. The ground floor has various bays, about 30-foot bays that are breaking the scale of the project down to be consistent with the adjoining context. There are activated bays on every floor around the perimeter. There are bays opening out to the Paseo, opening out to Castro, opening out to Church Street, with a unique corner at the corner of Church and Castro. I'll let Nick Samuelson speak now about the landscape. Nick?
All right, thanks. Yeah, so the open space, we're mainly going to focus on the Paseo here, was following the city design guidelines where you have an open space in the middle with walkways on both sides leading out to Pioneer Park. We've used that scheme to kind of create a series of rooms. So you start with a urban plaza that fronts onto Castro Street, and that transitions into a series of different rooms that get more informal as you move back towards Pioneer Park. And part of that, we're putting in an extensive canopy. The canopy that surrounds our site, we can't use the footprint of the building for that canopy, but we're actually going to exceed the amount of canopy that's on the entire current site a little bit when these trees are all filled in. So it's a pretty extensive canopy. That's part of why we're able to exceed the tree mitigation numbers just with the amount of large native trees and large canopy trees that we'll be putting in around here. And we did look at that, as was noted, trying to move some of those trees. And as was noted by Diana, there's several issues. The species is challenging for that. Their root masses are all intertwined, so it's a really large root mass that the logistics of trying to get that out and not disrupt utilities and everything around the site wasn't feasible. So as you go through there, you can see in these series of rooms out in the urban plaza, we have a lot of movable furniture and fixed furniture. It provides a lot of flexibility, a lot of different seating opportunities and activity spaces. You go back through there with wooden bench seating, terrace decks that can work as a stage, and back to like a yoga lawn area as you move your way back through the site. And go to the next slide. This next slide showing some of those areas. So like an aerial view of that yoga plaza space with some seating stones. Number 2 is showing the connection to Pioneer Park. That's if you're walking from Pioneer Park. The third one shows the urban plaza where we have a sculptural lighting element that's kind of a focal point in there, and a water wall in the back that kind of acts as a buffer to the ramp to the City of Plaza Garage. And the last one, good one to highlight, just the frontage you'd see from Castro Street. It's really open and inviting, encouraging everyone to come into the space right there. I think that's
so
all.
Here's a view from the corner. A couple of the key moves that were made in designing the building. One was to recognize the scale and the height of City Hall so that the first 3 floors of our proposed building, the cornice line aligns with City Hall. The 4th floor is set back on all 4 sides to allow outdoor space, but to also lessen, make a lighter cap to this building, and it terraces down towards Pioneer Park. We've proposed to use really nice artisan brick with a variety of texture and color, so it's rich and warm and in character. The ground floor is all activated with bays with recessed windows, exposed columns, clear glass. There is a canopy located above the first floor that wraps all the way from one end of the building all the way around. It changes in width and height as you go around the edge of the building, but you could on a rainy day walk from one end all the way around to the other without being exposed to rain, or you provide shadow as well on a hot day. Windows are recessed. The cornice line is articulated with an interesting profile, and we used all clear glass for the entire building. The Sobrato organization asked us to design this as a sustainable project, so we've used very high performance glass that provides, works for cooling and prevents heating. We've used high mechanical or high efficiency mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. There will be solar panels on the roof of the mechanical enclosure as well. And all of the rainwater that lands on the site will be treated and go through bioswales before it enters the storm sewer system, which is a big upgrade from current asphalt parking lot and how it enters the storm sewer. Next, please. This is a view from Church showing how the building terraces down towards Pioneer Park. We wanted to show you this view. These are the existing trees. Maybe we're going to hide a few just to show you the rest of the building. The rest of you could move up. So this shows the terrace at the 3rd floor and a terrace at the 4th floor. The 4th floor terrace is deeper than the one beneath it. The 2-story brick base goes up to clad the 1st and 2nd floors. There are canopies again on this side of the building as well to show where the parking entrance is. There's a glass corner at the corner of this sidewalk and Church, and that sidewalk then leads a pedestrian from that corner all the way through to the Paseo to the far left in the project. So it's a real activated, interesting ground floor. Next, please. Materials again, the brick, the second one from the left is an example of the brick that we're proposing. That's a building on the far left in Redwood City that we designed that uses a similar brick. It's just a very nice material, welcoming material. There are shadow boxes in areas where the glass is not transparent, so it still has depth. There's a little bit of precast concrete at the base of each column, about 15 inches tall, and then all the glass is clear to provide a lot of visibility in and out of the building. Next, please. So this is a view entering from the Paseo. A glass corner accents that as a special place on the site. You can see the terraces up the 4th floor. You can see the recessed windows, the retail bays that are also wrapping around the entire 3 sides of the building here, the Paseo, Church Street, and Castro Street. Next, please. And here's a view from the Paseo with Nick's garden and planting, and the ground floor expression and the upper floor expression showing all the depth of the facade, custom light fixtures, and canopies of varying depths to provide character and interest and activity for people. Next, please. And then here's a view of the corner. So we think this would be a really great addition to the street and to this neighborhood. And it promotes a lot of activity and should be good for promoting the retail activity as well. Nice materials, nice detailing, feel like it's contextually correct for this site, and it respects the neighbors and respects the neighborhood. Thank you. And
thanks,
now, Robert, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I know we're running a bit long, so I'll be brief here. With the exhibit that's up on the screen right now, I just wanted to take a brief moment and highlight the community benefits, some of which staff touched on that we're proposing as a part of our project. The public parking, we're willing to provide public access to the first level of the parking garage after business hours and on the weekends. There's some chamber parking stalls that are on city-owned land that are currently non-compliant and exclusively serve the chamber building. So as a part of the project, we're proposing to improve and realign these stalls to make them usable, including all the ADA access required to get to the chamber building. We're also improving the park edge, which is shown in green and pink there on the left side. The Paseo area over city land, there's an existing area of land between the property we own and Pioneer Park that is owned and controlled by the city. And we're proposing to improve that consistent with our Paseo improvements and maintain that area as a part of our project, which is highlighted in the darker blue purple there on the upper left. City Hall trash, there are existing trash enclosures that are deep in the site adjacent to the City Hall building. And we're proposing to remove those and move them over to and consolidate with the existing trash area near the Performing Arts Center. And finally, as staff mentioned, we are offering a more aggressive TDM plan. I believe the requirement in downtown is 8%, and we're targeting a 20% trip reduction. With that, I want to thank you all for the time this evening, and both myself and the team are here and available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions from the council? And if we can go ahead and stop the screen share, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Yes, I'm wondering if staff for the applicant can show us on the site map where the existing very large trees are on Church Street, the redwood trees that are on Church Street are.
I can certainly do that. Sorry. So those are primarily located in this area, which is the closer to the driveway access, number 22, 23, and 24. Those are the large redwood trees. And I believe, yeah, I think those are the 3 large trees.
Okay. So if the applicant wasn't proposing the picnicking area with the fake grass, then we would be able to save those trees. Is that correct?
They're still in a very close proximity to the underground parking garage. So those trees would be impacted because of the underground parking garage.
And then a question for the applicant. Staff mentioned that people living within 750 feet of the site came to a community meeting. Who exactly was noticed and how many people showed up?
Diana, do you have the number? I think it's in the staff report.
So I don't have a specific number in the staff report, but the 750-foot radius, the addresses for the notification is actually provided by the city staff, and the applicant is just supposed to mail it to them. I think, I don't remember the exact number, but it was very few people who attended the meeting. But the noticing requirements were followed as per the city's standard noticing requirements. That was provided by staff.
And so I'm wondering from the applicant, was the neighborhood association or any organizations within Mountain View engaged as far as people who didn't live in the park or at the library or inside City Hall?
Not proactively, Councilmember Lieber, but I will mention that a couple residents did reach out with the noticing signs on site. They've been on site for almost a year now, so I had a few people reach out through that.
Okay. And a question for staff. This is sort of the first council meeting on this project that's been held, other than closed sessions and private negotiations. And so would we normally, with a prominent corner like this, would we normally want to sunshine the process in some way? Or is that just not part of what we do?
Councilmember Lieber, I could answer that. You're right, there were some closed sessions earlier to discuss other iterations of the project. And that might have led to a different kind of project that would have required additional approvals, potentially a change to the floor area ratio of the project. And with a project of that type, we absolutely would have had study sessions. We call those gatekeeper projects, and they would we would have had a study session for those. The applicant changed, their proposal to a conforming project that conformed to all parts of the downtown precise plan. And typically, with projects that conform, the process that we follow is we have DRC meetings where the neighborhood may go. We have the ZA and the subdivision committee meetings. We ask the applicant to have a neighborhood meeting, and then we typically bring those to council. And we don't have study sessions on conforming projects. And so we followed the typical procedures for a project of this type.
Mm-hmm. And so the design review process and et cetera would have also been noticed in a pretty restrictive way. It would have been within 750 feet.
That's correct.
So, okay. And did the applicant at any time request a study session on this to sunshine it to the community?
No, typically staff determines whether a study session is required, and it is based on applicant requests. And if the requests are unusual or they don't conform with the precise plan, we certainly would want to schedule study sessions to get the council direction on it. In this case,
any applicant could say, you know, I'm proposing to build on Castro Street and in the civic block next to a well-used public park where children are crossing a driveway to get to the library, and I'd really like to do a study session. But was there any communication like that?
There wasn't, but I just wanted to confirm that typically staff makes that determination. And there are times when an applicant may not wish to have one, but staff would certainly determine that we need additional council direction because, there might be more than one way to go on a project, or it might be a gatekeeper project that requires specific council direction. In this case, no, the applicant did not request a study session.
Okay. And in looking at the at our heritage tree removal criteria, this doesn't seem to meet any of the criteria. Is that a problem?
Are you talking about the findings, Councilmember Lieber, for tree removal? If you could give us a few minutes, we could pull those up and go over them.
Do you want me to share the screen?
Yes, we could. Are you pulling up the code, or I was planning to read them. If Councilmember Lieber, would you prefer to share the screen, or?
Whatever way you'd like to do it. I'm looking at them right now.
Yes, if you could give me 1 minute.
Sure.
Thank you. So I am reading from the criteria for removal, which is section 32.35. The resolution does contain the findings. So the determination on the application has to be based on a minimum of one of the criteria being met. We looked at the condition of the tree, obviously, which was not an issue. The necessity of the removal of the heritage tree in order to construct improvements and or allow reasonable and conforming use of the property when compared to other similarly situated properties. So we felt it met those criteria, which are very often used with similar office projects. And then we had other balancing criteria which may be used. So we felt that criteria number 2 was the one that was met in this case. In addition, they also followed our city practice on replacement trees, including the native planting.
So allow reasonable and conforming use of the property. So there's no way that you could place a driveway elsewhere or do anything to retain established trees that are part of the visual landscape of the downtown.
You know, we do. I think we've tried to describe the site planning process, the fact that the precise plan is quite prescriptive, and you could see it's the effect of the precise plan on all 4 corners of the intersection. At Church, you could see how the buildings come close to the street. We try to activate the street. The driveways are moved away from the intersections. And in this case, a slightly unusual piece, because this is right adjacent to City Hall, actually required a landscape plaza between City Hall and the proposed new building. And that did not leave many options to locate the building.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. I want to start with attachment 1 on page 26, but let's see, it's PDF page 32. And it is regarding condition, I think it's 187, item 5, the work hours. And it says downtown work hours are 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. unless otherwise approved by the Public Works Director. So I had sent in a question about that, asking why were the downtown work hours different than other work hours in the city? And I'm thinking, did I misunderstand that condition? Because the answer back was they're the same. So I'm wondering, was I not clear on my question, or do those hours apply to something else? Or can you help me sort that out?
We can do that. We're just looking for the condition.
187. It's PDF page 32 of attachment 1, but that's actually page 26, I believe, of the document. Yep. And it's item 5 toward the bottom.
If you could give us a minute, we will respond, and we could take other questions in the meantime.
Okay. Let's see. Another question I have is the parking at this project is very dependent on having an attendant there to help folks use the tandem parking as well as the parking that I would characterize as being in the aisles. And I'm wondering, do we have any other developments in Mountain View where the parking is configured in this way?
I think that's another one. I think we might need a little time. I'm not personally familiar with many projects that have tandem parking, but I do recall there are a few recent ones that we might have done. Diana, do you know?
I think I remember we do have some with tandem parking, but I couldn't think of any that had then parking in the aisles where you would then need an attendant to be able to move those vehicles or the tandem vehicles.
We do have other projects which have reduced parking, mixed-use projects with reduced parking in downtown, but I'm not aware of any other developer actually offering a similar attendant assist parking program.
Maybe this question is for the applicant. Did you consider other options such as puzzle lifts?
Thanks, Councilmember Matichak. We did consider a few different design options, but we felt, based on our own experience, that tenants actually prefer attendant assist versus the puzzle lifts, because there's some time associated with getting your car out when it's in a puzzle lift or a stacker system versus just having a traditional valet help retrieve your car.
So that's kind of surprises me, that answer, because I feel like I often wait for the valet to get my car. So it feels like you're waiting anyway. Are there, how many attendants would there be at any point in time, or would it vary?
It would vary depending on the time. So the typical setup is you'll have 2 to 3 attendants during the peak rush hour in the morning, and then you'll have 1 or 2 attendants during the middle of the day. And then again, rises up to 2 or 3 in the evenings when people are vacating the building.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
City Clerk, if you can please add Dawn, our Public Works Director. Dawn is going to help us with the addressing the question regarding the construction hours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. I believe I'm being asked to help respond to Councilmember Matichak's question related to condition 187, which is the construction management plan. The construction management plan is all about the traffic control, detour plans, truck route, construction, and it affects the right-of-way. So these hours you see here, we do tend to limit the hours that they're impacting the public right-of-way in the downtown. So that's why you see these particular hours. You even see that break between 11:30 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. That's because we're having the downtown lunch rush, and we do not want off-site construction activities impacting the rest of the operations of downtown during that period.
Okay, so can I make sure I understand this? So the traditional construction hours apply to people who might be working on building the buildings, who are there doing framing or something. But these hours apply to when you can cross the public right-of-way or interrupt the public right-of-way. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
How you're impacting it, which is why it's under the discretion of the Public Works Director as opposed to the Building Department.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. See here. I know that we've had some issues with parking spilling over into the neighborhood at the building across the street, and people not necessarily using the underground parking. This might be a question for our city attorney. Can we condition that people who drive vehicles to this building are required to park in the underground parking and not in other locations?
Sorry, it took me a second to unmute. I need you to give me a second to consider that question. We do a little bit of research and can I get back to you on that question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like, I should have sent in some of these ahead of time, but, a lot of this, I was thinking about it last minute, trying to figure out how to address what I consider to be a parking issue.
And Councilmember Matajek, if I could interrupt, I just wanted to add in some information on that particular topic. Condition number 49B, which is the Transportation Demand Management Program, staff has specifically added a section in there which says that, the applicant is required to regularly communicate and actively encourage all office and retail tenant employees to park in the on-site garage and not on street during business hours, and also provide contact information of a specific person who can respond to any complaints that are received for on-street parking by their employees. This was a specific modification which was done to our standard conditions, particularly for this project after receiving public concerns and input on it.
Great, thank you. I guess I still have the question, can we condition it? And how would we enforce it? Which I think might be a challenge. So I'm wondering how we might do that. Let's see. Also, condition 14 is referring to rooftop decks. And I was just wondering, do we actually need to clarify that to say we're actually referring to the terraces on the 3rd floor and the 4th floor because there is no rooftop deck? Because I assume we have the same restrictions on those terraces as we would the rooftop decks, no amplified music, the hours that they're available. So do we need to clarify that just so there's no misunderstanding?
Councilmember Matajek, I think that would be a good idea and we could make that change to the condition.
Okay. Also, when I met with the applicant, we were talking about ground floor uses, and I do want to thank you for having now all the ground floor uses commercial versus the last version of this we saw. So thank you for that. We talked about maybe nonprofits, and the more I got to thinking about that, I got to thinking that most nonprofits that I'm aware of, it's a lot of, they have a lot of offices. So what would be an example of an active use that a nonprofit might have? Or maybe you've talked to some and you're thinking, oh yeah, that's an active use. Do you have any examples? That might be for the applicant.
Yeah, I'm happy to field that. Are you speaking about just active users in general, or specifically nonprofit active users?
Specifically nonprofits.
Yeah, so I think to start, we're probably going to focus on traditional retailers, but if we do go down the nonprofit path, we have had a couple of conversations with groups that are, one in particular is a bike coffee shop combo, and they're looking to have a location up the peninsula. They have one location down in San Jose. But obviously it's a little early to get too far in those conversations, but that would be something that would be community facing and obviously a retail type use that would work well in the location.
Okay, thank you. Looks like the city attorney has her hand raised. Perhaps she's got an answer to my question.
Yes. So after consulting with Sandy Lee of my office, we spoke back and forth, and there's a couple of issues that would need a much deeper dive. At this point, I don't think that you could add it as a condition for a couple of reasons. One, we've got public streets and people are allowed to park on them. So prohibiting, I don't know quite how you would prohibit, just a person with a car from parking on the street. And then as you raise the issue of enforcement with regard to, how would we even go about enforcing, someone who works in the building but has, elected to park on the street that day. So there's two issues that would, I think, really are prohibitive of adding that type of condition at this time without a lot of research to even find out if it would be legal to prevent a member of the public from parking on the street.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it. Let's see, I guess those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
No problem, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Help me to understand. The applicant said that he's offering the parking to, as free parking for individuals to come. And assuming there would be people that would come to these offices and et cetera. And as I read things, there's already 20% less parking than is needed for the people who work there. And so the thought is that there would be transportation demand reduction. Some people would bring bicycles, and then other people would take the 22 bus on El Camino. So how would this all fit together with, if there's 20% less spaces than are needed, and others are free to come and park there, and there's nothing really to stop people from parking on a city street. Help me understand how all this fits together. Is it plausible that people who work in these offices would take the 22 bus?
Rob, I don't know if you want me to jump in here, but I think I understand the question. I think just one point of clarification is that the public parking is provided outside of office hours. So it's not in addition to the office parking reduction. It's a separate use. And then also with the TDM plan, I do believe, yes, that the idea is that we're encouraging the office users and potentially the retail employees to be using public transportation, and there's different other various amenities as part of the TDM that reduces the parking that is needed.
So then the people that work there, they would have a little card or a window sticker or something to say that they work there? And then they could go in the garage during the business hours?
I'm not sure, Rob, if you guys have defined that process yet, but it's probably similar to what you have done elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. It would be, we haven't fully figured that out yet, Councilmember Lieber, but it would probably be a key card access, which is what we use across the street. So you would have the gate or the gate arm down during business hours, and then it would open up after business hours and on weekends, so the public had unfettered access to the garage. And then to answer the question on the employees in the building, yes, we'd expect them to use public transportation and primarily Caltrain. We do see a Caltrain line being utilized pretty well in downtown, including for tenants in our building and actually Sobrato employees, because we are across the street. So, and we would provide, or the tenant would provide Caltrain passes and bus passes to their employees as a part of the TDM plan.
And so at the building across the street, the retail in it just consists of the bank, if I'm correct with that. So is it just the bank that's across the street?
That is correct, yes.
And so then the bank, and then whoever comes to the Sobrato offices. And then at the proposed project, there's multiple ground floor uses that you're showing us. And then there's going to be offices, multiple offices above. And so none of the people who come to visit those sites would be able to park on site. And 20% of the people that work on site would not have a parking space on site. And am I understanding that pretty correctly?
Councilmember Lieber, if I may explain a few things. We try to put a number of these items together. When a parking study is done, it considers the uses, office, the ground floor uses, typical visitors who may come and go. And so that office use encompasses the needs of that office use. It also, the ground floor uses, the study encompasses the needs for patrons to come and go, use the retail or use the restaurant. In addition to that, it also looks at the TDM program that's put together by the applicant. And we do this citywide at varying levels and on El Camino and our precise plans. So this is standard operations. And the applicant is expected to put a list of options that can bring them to that 20% reduction. And examples of those would be giving them passes for Caltrain, giving them passes for VTA, having a TDM coordinator on site who can work with them, and also look at the parking and make sure, as you saw in condition number 49, the TDM coordinator and the parking coordinator will be the point person to ensure that people park in the garage, because we heard that was an issue. And as Councilmember Matichek asked, we asked ourselves the question, to what extent can we put in a condition that goes to the maximum extent to make sure that there is somebody taking care of people parking in the garage? So when we put all that together, we come up with the number. And in this case, the 255 spaces that are being provided actually slightly exceed the requirement. And that is why we're recommending this project.
And so it exceeds the requirement, but it's also 20% less than the people that will be on the site. And nobody who comes as a visitor to use the businesses will have the card key. So they wouldn't be able to get into the garage. Am I thinking of this right?
RP, I can help. So we do have a parking management plan for this. So the first level of the garage is publicly accessible. During business hours, it will be restricted for the retail visitors. So it would be most likely time allocated. So 1 to 2 hour parking limits. If we run into an issue where people are abusing that, then our property management team would step in and actively enforce that. But we typically feel that people do abide by those rules. To get to P2 level of the garage, there will be a gate arm that is keycard accessed for the employees.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help?
I think so. I think so. Yeah, I just, I take the 22 bus occasionally and just to check out the quality and all those good things. And I have to say that I don't notice a whole lot of people that are tech workers that are on the El Camino bus. But yeah, I think that the bank is obviously across the street. It's lower intensity. You know, they don't allow a large number of folks in there. You have to have an appointment in most cases now. And to me, like having been on council now at 2 different times in the recent history, I've seen a lot of TDMs and traffic coaches and a lot of clipper cards come and go. And I think from my perspective, none of it really passes the giggle test. But I am just trying to understand it and how this would be so much different. So thank you for that explanation.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kamei.
Thanks, Mayor. I have quite a few different questions, but especially given the questions that my colleagues asked, but I think that I'll go this direction first. So my understanding is that the heritage, this is for staff, the heritage trees that exist on the property near the driveway on Church currently do not, qualify to be saved. Is this something, and I know that there's been public comment about perhaps updating city policies so that we can do more heritage tree preservation? Does staff feel like this is something that could be part of, I know we're looking at the Parks and Open Space Master Plan. I know that trees have come up quite a bit as we've been looking at development throughout the city, and would just appreciate some direction from staff on where we might be able to insert the conversation to talk a little bit more about this topic.
Councilmember Kamei, thank you for asking that question. Yes, it is one of our goals. We consider the biodiversity strategy a 3-pronged strategy that would apply to city parks, city projects and streets, and also private development. And so I think the goal is to move the city in the same direction as we review what is happening all over the city in the same way. And we might be able to create options for people to save trees and maybe build differently, right? Because each site is different. That's one example. At this point, we think that the strategy will help us come up with some options that the council can look at for trees. And we kind of see the landscaping and trees on private property being taken together as one item in the ordinance ultimately.
Okay. And I know we have public attending the meeting too. When might we be able to talk about that, or that come back to council for input?
I have to say, I don't off the top of my head have the schedule, but the goal is to create the strategy and then move right into the implementation, which would then be, what are the rules for private development? How should we be looking at city projects? And then how should our parks look when we're landscaping our parks and looking at corridors? So it would be the next step after the biodiversity strategy is adopted.
Okay. And then a question for the applicant. I know that there's been much discussion, and maybe you can share the efforts that you made in terms of looking into preserving the trees, and you can share a little bit of kind of how you made the decision, the landscaping, and I think that'd be helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Kamei. Yeah, so we did do a lot of exploration into those 3 trees in particular, especially after we received some public comment on saving the trees and what we could do about that. And we had both our arborists look into the survival rate of the trees and the health of the trees and what we could do about relocating or transplanting them. And then we had a reputable tree moving service look into it as well. And the arborist's position was that the 3 trees are very, very close together and they share a root ball system. And if we were to remove or try to move the trees, we would have to kill 2 and we'd only be able to really move 1. And that 1 tree survival rate would be very, very low. If not, it would eventually die was his recommendation. We did, parallel to that, have a tree moving service that we recently used on our project in Pear up in North Bay Shore, which was a very large oak tree. And we had them take a look at these 3 trees. And even if we were to try to move 1, there wasn't enough room on the site to get down low enough. There's a ramping system you have to create to go down below the root ball and set it on a massive flatbed. And unfortunately, there wasn't enough room without tearing up a significant area of the park or Church Street in order to do that. And those were the letters I believe were shared with the city, and I believe the city arborist reviewed those as well and had the same conclusion.
Thank you. Yeah. And then I think in terms of like the replacement trees, there's been a discussion of the type of variety of those replacement trees. Maybe you could also share a little bit. I think there's been quite a bit of community feedback on, native trees. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that as well for the applicant.
Yeah, thank you. I'll actually have Nick, if you don't mind, helping respond to that.
Yeah, so on our tree disposition plan, we're showing that the different trees we're removing what's intended as the actual mitigation trees, and anything that was a native heritage tree is being replaced with 2 native trees at least, and on top of that we have additional native trees. A few of the heritage trees that are being removed are non-native too. Some of the larger replacement trees that we're doing, like the jacarandas out at the front, are replacing London plane trees that fall under the designation. But so there you have the trees that just as the designation, but we're far and above that requirement, and we have a large focus on the native trees through the park area.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that there's been a bit of discussion about deciding to do the 20% parking reduction. So this is a question for the applicant. Perhaps you can talk us through your thought process. I mean, I think that, I read the Hexagon study, and I know that as a state, we've moved from, levels of service to VMT, and we're seeing bills in the legislature that are reducing parking minimums. That one was related to affordable housing, but I know that there's discussion happening there. So, kind of given the community feedback, that the city is also looking at a downtown parking strategy. We've been discussing that for several years and lost parking at lot 12. So perhaps you can share a little bit about that. That'd be helpful.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you, Councilmember. And I do have Gary Black with Hexagon on, if maybe we can nominate him, just in case I need to get a little more technical and beyond my expertise. But we did take the opportunity to look at various precise plans in Mountain View that have a parking maximum, but not a minimum. In North Bay Shore and East Windsman in particular, we have a couple projects that we're working on there, and thought that if that's the vision for the future of Mountain View in those areas, it makes sense that in the most transit-oriented location, it being in downtown, it would make sense to do that there. We're much more comfortable with the low parking ratio in downtown than we would be in a more suburban office park location. I will say that, we obviously utilized our building across the street as a bellwether and also used a handful of other projects in similar locations up and down the peninsula, located within a half-mile of Caltrain, and found that the parking requirement was actually less than what we would be providing here at 155 stalls. I think we're targeting 1.9 or 2.1 per thousand based on that study. I will say that parallel to the not wanting to overbuild the parking, we also have a pretty strong sustainable initiative in our office. Ted alluded to that briefly. We have committed to building the project out of mass timber, so it would be all wood construction versus concrete or steel. And as a part of that initiative, we're trying to reduce the amount of concrete that we put into our projects. And the below grade parking is obviously made out of all concrete, and it's a pretty big carbon by not building a third level of parking that we feel is unnecessary. The way the parking is designed with the attendant assist, and Councilmember Matichak, just to help answer the question on the stackers too, there is a valet requirement to operate the stackers, so it is a little more efficient to do a traditional valet system. But the intent is to be dynamic. So if we have a larger, denser user like a high-tech firm, obviously we would utilize all 255 stalls. But if it's a lower intensity use, such as a law firm, then we probably wouldn't need all 255, and we could adjust the amount of stalls based on what the demands are for the building. But I would suggest that we wouldn't ever offer building a project and consider spending this amount of money without providing enough parking to fulfill the tenant requirements. The first question we always get from a tenant is, how much parking are we offering? So hopefully that helps. And it looks like Gary's on too. So if we want to go through the parking study, we can do that as well.
I mean, I think given the community concerns, some of the questions that were asked prior to mine, would you as the applicant be prepared to provide more parking on site, or?
We wouldn't be able to do that without adding the third level of parking, which we're not willing to do. But in order to address the other comments that we did here previously, we would be willing to adjust the condition regarding the parking and put a little bit stronger language for us to enforce the parking into the building within our tenants, the tenants that we control. Obviously, we can't enforce a retail visitor to not park in a public parking spot outside, but we could work on lease language there. And we do have a draft of that type of condition if that's of interest.
Yeah. Has there been any discussion with the city as we've been looking at our downtown parking strategy for, I think the project across the street, which you have, has parking. I mean, has there been thought process to redirecting people back into your other building, or to create wayfinding so that your tenants will know that they can park there? Should that this be an issue? I mean, despite the TDM measures.
That's a good question. Unfortunately, we have to keep the project separate. Although that parking is underutilized, all those stalls are currently leased up. Obviously some to our employees, but we do have a couple other tenants in the building, and those leases have the parking allocated to them. So we wouldn't be able to redirect over there.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. And then this question was for staff. I think the uniqueness of this project was one of the aspects is the noticing radius, that it was, adjacent to City Hall, and it only had the 750-foot radius. I know there's been discussion about expanding the noticing radius to 1,000 feet or more. Can you let me know how we might be able to address expanding the notification radius and what council might need to do to have that happen?
Councilmember Kamei, thanks for asking that question. I think we're asking ourselves this question in most instances. 750 covers a rather large area. In this case, there was considerable amount of property that was either a park or it was City Hall. And maybe we can look at, in those instances, if we could, you know, define the boundaries differently and extend beyond it. But we'll take that internally and make a proposal to the city manager to see how we can move forward when there are projects that are adjacent to other city-owned property, for example, right? That's rather large, but that 750 feet may not cover the typical radius it would cover for most projects. So I think in those instances, we might be able to take the radius beyond, say, Pioneer Park or City Hall, since we're the neighbors here. So.
Great, thank you, appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor, those are my questions.
Very much. Councilmember Showalter.
Hi, mine are primarily follow-up questions from other things that people have said. I wanted to talk a little bit about the tree replacement. I thought I heard 2.8 to 1 for the whole project. Is that right? What is the replacement for the whole project?
54 trees are being planted. The replacement ratio is 2.8:1. The required replacement, as per the standard city practices, was only 28 trees. They are planting 26 additional trees above and beyond the typical replacement ratio.
Thank you. And Diana, how will that change the long-term canopy?
So with, you know, currently the project site primarily has a surface parking lot and just one single-story building. So there are a lot of surface parking lot trees, which contribute to around, I think, 23% canopy coverage. I printed it in the staff report. And with this additional tree planting, with the new project, majority of the project site will be covered with the proposed building. But the applicant will be planting these trees. A lot of them will be 48 and 36-inch blocks, and it will be able to meet the tree canopy coverage, actually exceeded. Right now, the tree canopy coverage is 25%, and with the proposed tree planting, it will be 26% at maturity.
Okay, and so given that it actually covers a very smaller point, that the canopy where it's open space is going to be a lot greater.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to ascertain. Then the other thing I wanted to talk about is you mentioned the size of the boxes of the trees that are used. You know, earlier this evening, Albert Jean showed us some pictures of, you know, of trees that really don't look like they've grown very much in the last few years, and sort of they started out small. So can you talk to us a little bit about, you know, these relative size trees? I mean, 24 boxes are pretty big. That's what 24 and 48 I thought I saw listed. Those are pretty big trees, right?
Yeah, so usually our standard practice and requirement is 24-inch box trees as the replacement trees. But in this case, the applicant is proposing around 12 48-inch box trees and 6 36-inch box trees as replacement. So those trees will definitely have larger canopy right at the time of planting itself.
Okay, thank you. I think that's, you know, that's important for our community. I mean, we're all feeling the need for shade, and that shade is going to be available really early in this project. It's not going to be something we're going to, you know, our grandchildren are going to see. It's going to be there right when we get there. Okay. And then I also wanted to ask a question about the valet parking. You know, we talk a lot about parking requirements. And I think many times we don't talk about the psychology of using underground parking lots. And frankly, a lot of people think at night underground parking lots are kind of scary, and so they avoid them. And so I was wondering if where the utilization of valets, having attendants there all the time, is there some information that shows that produces a better sense of security, and consequently people would use these more? Do we know that? Or
I don't think we have looked into that particular aspect or did much research on that. But I think one thing that I would like to clarify is that the valet parking program is available during the daytime or during the business hours. And Rob, you can correct me if I'm stating anything incorrectly here. And the shared public parking in the underground parking garage is going to be available at the first underground parking level, the P1 level. So yeah, it's limited to just the first level of it, but we do not have any further research on how.
Okay, will there be an attendant associated with that?
In the off hours?
Yes.
No, that's not currently being proposed.
Okay, all right, that won't be proposed, all right.
I'm happy to, if you don't mind, Councilmember Showalter. We do have a security plan for the garage where tenants can have a security escort go down to the garage, because we did find that in other projects, people were weary about going underground at night. And so at 599 Castro across the street, we have a security guard throughout the night that roams the garage, but also is available to escort employees if they end up working late into the evening. And we propose the same on this project.
Okay, good. All right, and then I guess my other question is, besides the retail that is in this building that's about to be built, where do you think the people who are going to use this parking are going to be going in downtown? That's for you, Rob.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You're suggesting the public parking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I actually would think it'd be very well utilized during events in downtown. If there's an event at the Performing Arts Center, I could see the parking get utilized there, or a larger event at the City Hall. Before we worked across the street, when I'd have to come to City Hall, there would be sometimes a challenge finding parking there. So I'd imagine that would be a good opportunity to park next door at 590 Castro.
Okay.
Or the Art and Wine Festival for the Chamber. I know the Peter Katz has reached out a few times, and they do utilize our parking lot today, and I would imagine that they would use it for the events that they have at the park.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. A couple more questions. When it comes to TDM programs, do we have any data that shows how effective they are? You know, I know employers have to monitor their own, but does any of that information come to the city, and do we know how effective they really are?
Councilmember Matichak, I was just talking to staff about this as well as Dawn. One of our goals is to create a TDM ordinance that allows us to track some of this. We've just started approving applications that are going to, once they're built, going to have to submit annual reports to the city. And at that time, we'll be able to track it better. But I know from my personal experience with some of the larger office projects, they are a lifeline to the business, because typically they're trying to discourage people from driving for a variety of reasons. And if you have a good TDM coordinator and a program, they can be very effective, which is why our ordinance will require those essential elements. And until that time, we now have conditions that incorporate those elements, including the TDM coordinator. And we also ask a professional to review the program to make sure that the list of options is actually going to be meaningful. So in a few years, as people start submitting the annual reports, we'll have better information.
So just scanning this attachment 1 again, we are requiring TDM reporting to the city in the conditions here, right? I think I see that.
Yes, all of our new projects are starting to require those. We just don't have the annual reports due yet because the projects are not yet built and operating.
Okay.
If I may add on just a little bit, if you don't mind, the other important thing is we have in the last year hired the TDM analyst. So we now have a staff person whose responsibility is to ensure that all these reports are submitted, to analyze the data that comes in. He's already been very actively, he's reported out to me the list of projects that have already been built that are due to submit reports, and he's going to be reaching out to all of them soon to say, okay, I want to start seeing them. This is what they need to look like. So I just want to add in that the city is taking efforts that we'll be prepared to really take in these reports, analyze them, and confirm that they are meeting their conditions of approval.
Great, thank you. And I apologize, I'm multitasking here a little bit, reading these conditions over and over and over, searching for things. So I might have missed this, but I did hear that there would be a point person if there are issues with parking not in the parking lot, like on city streets, that people could say, hey, I think, you know, there are some people who work in that building that are parking on the street. Is there a designated like parking manager for this project? I'm not sure I see that in the conditions. I see the TDM stuff, but.
I believe condition 49, is that the one, Diana, that actually requires, we've identified, I believe, the TDM manager to also be the point person for the parking?
That's correct.
Okay, and so are they going to monitor it or just take complaints?
So their job is to regularly communicate and actively encourage office and retail tenant employees to park in the on-site garage and not on street during business hours, and serve as the contact person to respond to and resolve complaints about the on-street parking. We felt that this would best capture the intent of what we heard as complaints for the project across the street.
So is there a way to, I feel like I'm looking for a plan B. Is there a way to strengthen that with more active monitoring? And maybe the city attorney, I can't find her, there she is. You know, can you think of a way to strengthen that we could do?
Yeah, I was wondering if, you know, I heard, I think it was Rob, did you mention that you might have some language that might address some of the parking issues? I was wondering if you could share that with the council and see if that, I heard you mention it earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Matchek and Jennifer. Yeah, we do have draft language, and if you don't mind, I can just read out what that might say. So the parking management plan will also address measures to maximize the project's office tenants and visitors to park in the parking structure and not the surrounding public streets. If the city manager or his or her designee determines this goal is not being met and there are persistent and documented persistent parking issues caused by the project, the applicant would include education, enforceable lease terms, designated contact for parking related complaints, and similar additional on-site parking management measures to encourage on-site parking. I know that was a lot, so I'm happy to go through it again, Lisa, or Councilmember Matchek, but I think the idea is that it might be a little bit stronger for the enforcement and requiring our tenants to park in the building.
So, so I definitely heard a section about that you could work with your tenants and require it, but the city can't require it. Is that what I heard? Like to park in the building?
That's correct. I think that's how we would propose at this point, the draft of that language.
Okay. Let's see. We haven't done public input yet, have we? Okay, so I'll hold the rest till after that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions about the driveway. If we could take a look at the site map possibly again. So traffic in and out of the building would come through the same driveway, and there would be a pullover area for trucks that are serving the building. Am I thinking about that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. And then across Church Street, roughly is the driveway to the office building that has the Boulanger in it. And right before you get to that driveway is a place that they pull over technology buses there. So people will come in and out, and they'll turn right and turn left. And after 3 o'clock, there are a lot of school kids who walk along Church Street towards the library. This diagram shows that there's plantings that would screen part of the view of drivers. And so how will all these inputs and outputs work together? And will there be something that would no longer allow people to turn east, or how would this work? And how many trucks can be either alongside the building or in the space that's the park right now?
So a lot of these details would be figured out and reviewed thoroughly during the building permit process, as we will look into the details of the construction management plan. If I need to, if I can speak regarding the comment regarding planting at the corner of the driveway entrance from Church Street, those are to screen the utilities, but those are not going to be taller landscaping. That is going to be intercepting the traffic visibility triangle, because that is a standard requirement by city code, so we do not allow them. And we will be landscaping thoroughly about that. So I don't have necessarily a specific answer on number of trucks that will be able to be parked alongside, and what's the turning programmatic plans for trucks at this time, but that will be reviewed as a standard practice during the building permit review process.
So how tall are the utility boxes that would be there?
Rob, do you remember that or have it handy?
I don't, but if we could give a minute and nominate Nectarios Matheo, I believe he is on and he can help answer that question.
So I did receive a response from our the project engineer on this from the city side, and she mentioned that it's going to be under 36 inch.
That's correct.
Okay, so just most kids that are old enough to walk along there would be between 3 and 4 feet tall. So she would kind of depend on that they can fend for themselves and run across 2 lanes of traffic. Is there, like, if it gets down to the nitty gritty and, you have to make some kind of plan for things as you're commissioning the building and et cetera. And how many cars go into the garage? What's the number of spaces roughly?
255. 255 spaces.
So 255 go in, presumably 255 come out unless somebody's living at work. And yeah, that's kind of a puzzle for me is how that will all come together, and the folks who come out and want to turn left are gonna, within a few feet, be directly into another driveway that also has a similar number of spaces that are ground spaces, but also a very extensive underground parking deck down there. So what's the plan B if it doesn't look like those pieces will fit together gracefully, and maybe kids aren't going to be good enough at running across 2 lanes of traffic and all?
So if I may speak, as I mentioned earlier, we did look at the multimodal transportation analysis of the project. Some of these aspects, where the driveway locations are considered, the turning lanes are considered, and what the project's impact with the 255 spaces and the expected trip generations. What is that going to do to the transportation system, that exists there right now? With the MTA study, we found that it's not going to have significant impact. And that is a study done by a technical expert. So staff is going to depend on those results, and at the same time, be very careful in reviewing the construction management plan, which comes in during the construction phase as well.
And if needed, is the applicant prepared to put a crossing guard there from 3 to 6?
Councilmember Liver, if there becomes an issue, I think we'd be open to that. I will say we have 300 and, don't quote me on the exact number, but 360 stalls across the street. And so far we haven't run into any issues over there. But if there was an issue and a challenge, we would absolutely be open to that.
Yeah, I think for me, the difference with across the street is that that's not part of the direct access to the library where so many kids are going. Fewer kids go to St. Joseph's Church right after school, and more kids go to the library. So it's not really like a direct thing, but so you wouldn't have a problem with us putting it in the conditions that if we determine that we need a crossing guard there during certain hours of the day, that you would be prepared to pay for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would depend on what the hurdle would be to require that. I will say that I do think that more kids and parents would be walking through the Paseo to get to the library versus along the street edge. That would be my idea. We also are removing, there are 2 driveways there today on that Church Street side. One's obviously roped off because Wells Fargo building is not occupied. But we will be removing that second driveway. So it'll be a better condition than is there today.
And the driveways that are there right now that have been there, is one is in and one is out? Is that the situation? I think I remember that they're pretty wide driveways.
They used to function both ways. And in fact, there was actually a 3rd driveway out on Castro Street that we removed a few years back when we took over the site. But yeah, there were kind of both in-out driveways.
And so for staff, how can we just give ourselves downside protection, and so that we're not responsible for the pedestrian traffic along there? How would we put that into any conditions? That they're willing to pay for the crossing guard, that wouldn't be our responsibility.
Thank you. I think we're all thinking about it a little bit. And, I do want to acknowledge that when the building plans come in, they are also reviewed by our traffic engineering section, and, ensuring that sight lines are maintained. And even after operations, the building's occupied and traffic is out there, if we become aware of issues, our traffic engineering team then takes a look at the situation and see what more can be done in terms of what the city does in terms of red curb, other aspects of it. Now, just kind of thinking off the cuff here, they've got a TDM coordinator on site, for instance. So it could be possible maybe to work something in here about should there be determined that there is a high pedestrian demand of ped crossings of their driveway at their peak period of use, that that their TDM program coordinator would need to work with the city to come up with potential solutions to ensure the safe crossing of those pedestrians while they are seeing peak driveway demand. Right now, the TDM is, typical on one of these sites. Everybody doesn't come and go at the same time. Your driveway use is generally pretty well spread out. So we don't typically see, just a stack of cars all leaving at one time. But, again, thinking a little bit off the cuff, I'm open to if RT has other suggestions, but, something could potentially be added in the TDM coordinator side of working with the city for solutions should there be an ongoing issue of high pedestrian demand crossing the driveway at their peak driveway use times.
And so that would not be at our expense. That would not be something that we would need to pick up the tab for.
Correct.
We would clarify that the applicant would be responsible for putting in those measures. We could say including, but not limited to crossing guards or.
We would be open to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can always continue asking questions, but I think it would be good to seek public input. It is getting late, so let me read the language here. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phones. A timer will be displayed on the screen. And due to the number of speakers, let's set the timer to 1 minute and 30 seconds. The first speaker is Lamerulum Sai.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Mayor Ramirez. Thank you, council members, and thank you, representatives of the company. Sobrato, sorry, it's late. I really appreciate what the council members brought up as far as the questions. I thought they were really, really helpful because it answered a lot of questions that I had. So I don't really have a question. All I have to say is a slight story. So I'm going to kind of change this and be as quick as possible. When I was a kid, my parents took me to this building that had a tree growing out of the middle of it. For the rest of my life, no other building could ever measure up to it. Now, I've been to some amazing buildings, been all over the country and to other places in the world. And I, since my childhood, have never forgotten that. And the only question I have for Sobrato is, I know you guys appreciate sustainability, biodiversity, clean air, flourishing community, and crime reduction. Is there a way that you can alter the architecture that will allow you to incorporate these heritage trees into your building and perhaps set, a new vision for Mountain View? I don't know if there are any major buildings downtown that have that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ruth. Ruth with a last name beginning with the letter P.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Yes. Well, I've been listening to this with great interest, and I would still like to speak to the trees, about the trees. I want to speak about many other things, but there is not enough time. So the idea of replacing heritage trees that at this point in climate change and heating, etc., trees that are actually the part of the urban forest of the park and that have the inconvenience of being located inside the plot line of the building that you are proposing. Nonetheless, those trees are at this point in history one of the few things that can possibly mitigate the projected increase in temperature, which every day appears to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger till this whole area outside may be unlivable.
Thank you very much, Ruth. I'm sorry you've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Celia Paymer.
Hello. One thing I want to say is last time this was supposed to come up, what's it called? The property on, sorry, it's gotten very late. A property over in the industrial area in Terabella was approved for being residential, even though it was nowhere near a park, school, or grocery store. This is a location that's next to, in Quarter Mile, has 2 parks. It's across from the library, has a walkable grocery store, a public pool, and it's 3/4 of a mile from 2 different schools. This is a place that should have residential. We shouldn't be approving industrial lots for residential. We should be improving parkside lots for residential. Also, I wanted to double check. I think it was brought up that parking would also be for retail employees. I wanted to confirm that because they're often the ones that need the longer term parking. And if they don't have parking, they go to the residential areas. Finally, when you asked for the arborist on feedback on how to support the trees in moving them, did you ask them for how to change your building design to keep them alive? So it would be nice if you considered the arborist input when doing the design from the beginning instead of coming to them at the end. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to squeeze in as much as I can. Bruce England speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. We submitted an earlier comment letter ahead of your April 12th meeting on this, and we ask that you take that into account during your deliberations. I'm sure you remember every word of it. But I will make these points. This project represents a significant departure from what exists at the corner of Church and Castro today. Since the start of the project, we wanted it to wait for phase 2 of the Downtown Precise Plan update. We can't help but wonder if it wouldn't have been allowed had that update occurred first. The large building proposed is inconsistent with the existing flow between Castro and Church Streets, Pioneer Park, Library, not to mention the Performing Arts Center plaza just beyond there. We should remember that this area of downtown has a strong family focus that must be maintained. We don't agree that this fits a human-scaled building design. The project adds office space we don't really need, which will serve to further exacerbate our existing jobs housing imbalance. And that said, there are specific elements that concern us that I won't be able to go into. The sidewalk on Church Street is too narrow and should be widened to be consistent with the increased building size. And the trees, that's a big problem too. I won't go into detail on that due to lack of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a guess and assume that R. Cox 2 is Robert Cox, to our next speak.
Got that right. I'm Robert Cox, and I'm speaking as a member of the steering committee of Livable Mountain View. As has been noted, there are several majestic redwoods near the edge of this project site, which share our neighborhood and deserve to be saved. It is a shame that saving these trees was not made a priority, even though our group and other community groups have lobbied repeatedly for their retention. One need only look at the large redwoods across Church Street to see that in the recent past, Mountain View considered preserving majestic heritage trees a city priority. Have our values changed? These trees are our allies in the fight against climate change. Let's add saving these trees a condition for approval of this project. And let's change our downtown precise plan to require preserving more heritage trees by maintaining a percentage of the existing mature tree canopy on every new project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Louise Katz.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I've heard the staff say several times that the precise plan is very prescriptive and this plan conforms to the precise plan. But I'd like to turn your attention to page 102 of the precise plan. And I don't find the language that says that this building must go to the edge of Church Street, which is in essence creates this size of the building such that the trees have to be destroyed to accommodate the building and the parking. Page 102 of the precise plan says, for the Civic Center block, ensure the streets are spatially well defined. All development fronting on Castro Street must be built to the back of the sidewalk. Then Eagle Square, which is where the Park Place is, all development fronting Castro Street must be built to the back of the sidewalk. And so Park Place, which was built in 1989, does not go to the sidewalk on Church. It goes into an L shape. That's why they've preserved the trees. So I'm completely puzzled as to why the staff has approved a building that goes to the edge of Church Street, claiming that that's what the precise plan requires. As many people have said, a smaller building will allow a smaller garage, less tenants, and we can preserve the trees. And I think that's what the precise plan asks for, uniformity on Castro Street, not on Church Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Leslie Friedman.
Hello, thank you. Preserving the trees is a public health question. The trees filter particulate matter from our polluted air, especially during the fire season, which is now a lot longer than a couple of months. Particulate matter kills humans through inhalation of toxics that are too tiny to be seen, but tiny enough to be captured in your lungs. This leads to serious disease and shortened life expectancy. Shade provided by the trees is our enemy, our protection against our enemy, ozone. Ozone is created by our greatly increased heat. It likes to come close to the ground, especially when there is concrete, car exhaust, and toxic chemicals. Ozone can kill. The shade created by mature trees disrupts the ozone and protects human life. Saving heritage trees is not just about something pretty, though we need whatever beauty we can find. As city leaders, members of the council are expected to look out for the protection of Mountain View residents. I'm sorry to point this out, but you do need to decide if your job is to protect us or to help Sobrato's bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Albert.
Hi, thanks. I wasn't actually planning to talk, but since I'm listening to this, I just measured that rooftop garden that I showed earlier in Japan. It's just a little bit larger than the plaza in this case. So imagine if that plaza looked like that rooftop garden after just 2 years. According to the report, though, full canopy won't be reached for 15 years. I'd also like to mention that redwood trees are not your standard deciduous trees. They're much taller than they are wide. So even though they may have a somewhat smaller canopy, which is always measured from looking directly from above, the actual shadow they cast is much, much greater. And in terms of the actual tonnage of foliage, it's much bigger than most deciduous trees. I am happy to see that they are planning to use 3 foot and 4 foot box trees. That's what I've seen used a lot at Google and Microsoft. that will go a long ways towards establishing the canopy as fast as possible. I'm really happy to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Katz.
There we go. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Ramirez. This is Peter Katz, President and CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of Sprato's plans for development of 590 Castro Street. This project has traveled a long journey to get to this point. There have been passionate discussions, including design, use, construction practices, trees, green space, and parking, especially where certain aspects were viewed as outside of compliance guidelines. There have even been lovely and caring comments from the public voicing concern about the chamber as it literally impacts our doorstep. Thank you for that. Please be assured that we have been actively engaged in conversations for quite a while and remain emphatic in our support of the project. The concerns raised are valid and important. That is why we have clear guidelines and requirements in city codes and ordinances. If a project is out of compliance, it rightly should be questioned. And the process works. Significant revisions have been made, and as of this hearing, the project is now in full compliance with city requirements. It is consistent with the vision of the general plan, the downtown precise plan, the downtown parking strategy. It has been recommended for approval by the zoning administrator, the subdivision committee, the city staff, in their latest council report. So how is it that a project can pass all these milestones and not be put forward? If you follow the rules, you should be allowed to proceed. We urge the city council to support city staff's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Julia.
Yes, I'm here to say, please save the tree. Those are our trees. And please do not cut down so you can put a big project up there. Even the famous architect, Frank Lloyd Wright, he never killed any tree in his project. So please, mayors and council, please speed us with us instead of listening to the big, gigantic, rich, powerful contractors. I think that is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
I know it's a long public comment. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey, Rob. Good to see you. Ted, friend, buddy. You can't get me all excited about new brick construction, only to eventually break my heart with a slide that reveals that the so-called brick is just mostly plastic EIFS cladding with brick pattern stamped orange dyed stucco. It's not fair. I know, seismic safety and all that, but that's what steel skeletons are for. You could make it happen. I believe in you. I'm not sure if you could do the same very soon with mass timber. I'm getting off track. I'm glad to see this land used for pretty much anything other than a parking lot or the husk of a Wells Fargo building. I do wish that you'd gone taller. The marginal cost, both for materials and embodied carbon, decrease with scale. It also means you have more room and versatility to let the building live more lives without requiring redevelopment to increase the density. You could even fit in some residential uses. A tall building means you can increase the setbacks and get wider sidewalks and larger corner sightlines. Dream bigger. Rob and Diana probably know what I'll say here, but the building could be more aesthetically interesting. It's better than a lot of the developments that have come before council, but why not add some more like globular or dendritic organic aspects and features? Make the building look more like a tree? I don't know if you noticed, people love trees. Personally, I just dislike rectangles. By the way, is there going to be a secret tunnel connecting City Hall underground parking? Because that would be so cool. Please double check that all the glass is bird safe. I'd rather not be showered with gore and feathers while relaxing on the bench in the Paseo. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tony Rath.
Thank you. I'll keep it short. I just want to say I'd like to support preserving the trees, especially the ones that are adjacent to the park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hala.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council staff. Yes, I would like to add my voice for saving the trees, the redwood mature heritage trees at the edge of the property. I was actually present at the DRC meeting last October 2021 and gave that input. And I believe one of the architects that was present at the meeting gave the same input. These trees are very important to the health and the sustainability of the community. One thing that city staff and I heard a few city council members ignored by the fact that there will be replacements, 2.8, I think the ratio was, of new trees to the existing trees. But that statement really has a lot of holes in it, because the new trees will take many, many years, 20 years or so, to give the same benefits, or perhaps even more, because those redwood trees are much older than that, to get the same benefits, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, cooling effects, the beauty and the aesthetics of walking around downtown, the walkability. Those will all be really lost for many years, and that's not really a good solution. Please change the design and save these trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hi, all. With the jobs housing imbalance, it seems that building more office space without having housing is maybe not the best way to go. So would love to see some residential aspects if we're gonna have this building. Also, for possible nonprofits, maybe there could be some sort of nonprofit dedicated towards building community land trusts or affordable housing, so that the city itself would not have to get into the housing business, but we could have local trusted partners that would be able to make sure that there is affordable housing for people in the city of Mountain View, and we don't become an exclusive place for the rich. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maureen Blando.
Thank you very much. So let's look at the premise of this. I started the call at 5. The city is lacking affordable housing, and what are we looking at doing here? Putting in more office space. We've just been through a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Working habits are changing completely. We don't even know that we need more office space in Mountain View. Google may be subletting for all we know. So the premise is office space. And let's look at what they're trying to do. We keep talking about parking and valet and squeezing things in. They're trying to put too much on a small space. That's the whole problem here. The Mountain View should be clear that these heritage trees are a priority. This space is a basically open space. It should not have another, let's match the other 4-story buildings on that corner. The intersection's already looking awful. We put another 4-story building, it's going to look even worse. I'm actually shocked and dismayed that this proposal has even gotten this far. Can't something like this be killed at city staff? It's completely inappropriate. I encourage the city to think of La Jolla. We should put something in there that's a beautiful walkable space that will make people walk in that part of Castro Street.
Thank you very much, Maureen. The next speaker is Daniel.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So I don't have a huge opinion on this other than it looks like pretty decent land use to have a big commercial space in downtown with some retail. This checks most of the boxes. I think most of the things that I'm a little frustrated about this development have to do with city requirements. So I think it's building, even though there's a parking reduction, I think there's way too much parking for something that's right between a Caltrain station and a very high quality bus line. And I think if the city is doing its job right, this parking lot is going to be mostly empty when it's built. Hopefully we end up doing our job right. And then the other thing is just, it's up against the 4-story height requirement. And you could be getting a lot more use out of it. Being taller, it's in the middle of town. We have stuff that's taller, really close to it. I don't see why that's a requirement. So, it's not like I'm super excited about this stuff, but it does generate property tax revenue, and it's a good central location for this sort of thing. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mary.
Yes, thank you. This is Mary Hodder. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Can you hear me? Okay. So I wanted to say, first of all, that I very much support saving the 3 redwoods. I think the building should be redesigned. I don't think that the city should have ever traded the lease of the back alleyway or driveway to Sobrato without requiring that those trees be saved. It's really, really unfortunate that that wasn't leveraged. I also want to tie something together. Just prior to the pandemic in February 2020, I, on a daily basis, had office workers from 605 Castro walking from right in front of our house where they parked, more than 750 feet over to their offices. And I would say to them as I was taking out the trash or whatever, what office do you work in? And they would say, oh, we work at Quora. So office workers are willing to walk 750 feet plus to park in front of our house, but we can't get notices for meetings more than 750 feet. My understanding from folks in the neighborhood who did attend that meeting is that 5 people were there. That was the community meeting, and no neighborhood notice was done. So I think we have something very wrong here when the neighborhood isn't given notice about community meetings and we only hold one.
Thank you very much, Mary. I'm sorry you've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everyone. And Julie, I see you put your hand back up, but similarly, I can only allow members of the public to speak once. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we will return to the council for deliberation. And I'll note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached to the report. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I won't be making a motion of support. Unfortunately, I do feel very strongly that what has been proposed for us and put before us is not a good development, and it is not beneficial for our community. And I'm sad to have to note that, but I need to be loyal to my constituents. I've been in Mountain View for over 25 years, I think almost 30 years. And I just have to take a stab at representing the future of our community and the constituents that we have here that we've been elected by. Not the money, but the constituents who have voted for us. So I'd like to go ahead and move to reject staff's recommendation and to direct staff to prepare a motion for council adoption at the next meeting, denying the project based on the following findings. And in terms of the planned community permit, the proposed uses and development are detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, and welfare. The proposed project does not promote or support a well-designed development that is harmonious with existing and planned development in the surrounding area. In terms of the development review permit, the architectural design of structures are not compatible with the surrounding area. The location and configuration of structures, parking, landscape and access are inappropriately integrated and incompatible with surrounding development, including public streets and sidewalks and other public property. In terms of also under the development review permit, the design and layout of the proposed project will counteract a well-designed vehicular and pedestrian access, circulation, and parking. Under the heritage tree removal permit, the condition of the trees with respect to the age of the trees relative to the lifespan of that particular species, disease infestation, general health damage, public nuisance, danger of falling, proximity to existing or other proposed structures, and any interference with utility services indicate that that condition is not met, and in fact is counter to a plausible heritage tree removal process. Second, the necessity of the removal of the heritage tree does not exist and is not in order to construct improvements or allow reasonable and conforming use of the property when compared to other similarly situated properties. The nature and quality of the trees is a heritage tree, including its maturity, aesthetic qualities such as its canopy, its shade and structure, its majestic stature, and its visual impact on the neighborhood suggests that it should not be removed. So for those findings and those reasons, I am making my motion.
Anything else, Councilmember Lieber, before I seek a second to?
I think that's sufficient.
Okay, fair enough. Is there, in order to discuss the motion, we will need a second. Is there a second for the motion? There does not appear to be a second for the motion, so the motion dies for lack of a second. Would any other member of the council like to speak or ask a question or make a motion? Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I would like to go ahead and make a motion, I guess after a few comments. This development has been under consideration for at least 4 years, maybe 5 years. I remember conversations in my previous term about how this development would be done. And there was always the question of whether or not we should be doing residential here, but that's not what the precise plan says. And we were not able to make a change in the precise plan. And so the applicant has come forward with a building that is compliant to our precise plan requirements. And they've done that by talking a great deal to the city and certainly to the Chamber of Commerce, and apparently not as much to some of the neighboring community members as they would have liked. And that is very unfortunate. I would really like to see in the future we do give some more thought to who are people who live within the influence of a project instead of just what the distance is. But there's some really, I mean, this is, you know, I think this is actually a beautiful building that's being proposed. I certainly like the idea that there are extra trees. I think it's very sad that the redwood trees on the edge need to be removed, but I do think that a great deal of effort has been made to find out whether they could be saved or not. And sometimes the answer for doing things like moving trees is just no, it won't work. Those trees will die, and nobody wants the trees to die. So I think that that's, you know, that is sort of the sad part of this. I really like the idea that it will now all be retail on the first floor. That will activate that corner, which is something we all think is very important. And then the Paseo. That Paseo is going to be a very nice amenity for the community. It's going to connect Castro Street and Pioneer Park much, much better than has currently been done. And so I think that will be, you know, a big amenity. So stating all of those things, I would like to move the staff recommendation to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to construct a new 4-story, 246 square foot mixed use commercial building with 2 levels of underground parking, including reduced parking from 314 to 255 spaces, heritage tree removal permit to remove 9 heritage trees, and finding the project to be categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15332, infill development projects at 590 Castro Street to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 1 to the council report. 2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a preliminary parcel map to combine 5 lots into 1 lot and finding the project to be categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15332, infill development projects at 590 Castro Street to be read in title only, further reading waived. Attachment 2 to the council report.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Councilmember Matichak?
I wasn't necessarily going to second it. I had some questions. Do you want me to wait?
Yes, just because I think we should probably we should have the motion on the floor in order to start the discussion. Is there a second? Not, I'll go ahead and second the motion. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I want to go back to the potential additional condition regarding an agreement between Sobrato and their tenants about parking and underground parking. And, you know, just like we were talking about, it would be hard for the city to enforce something like that, just in general. So how would it really be enforced? And what would be the potential ramifications of violating that? How would that potentially work? And I'm not sure who could answer that.
I'll take a stab at it, Councilmember Matichak. I think we're going to have to work with somebody on the applicant side or the property owner side to make sure that there is a person who's designated. So it starts with the lease. And if the language says that the tenants will have to sign leases that acknowledge that they will have to park in the garage, we have somebody who's helping to enforce it on their side to make sure that there are no violations, or at least heavy encouragement. If there are violations and are reported, then we work with the coordinator. I guess we could enforce the conditions. We've had to do that in the past, and you know, we've had to work on enforcing conditions in a number of ways with people, and use that particular ability to do that. Other than that, I can't think of anything, but this would be the approach.
Okay, thank you. I can't really say that this is one of my favorite proposed developments in the city. But I do get, as others have said, that it is consistent with the downtown precise plan, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunately we didn't have a chance to change the downtown precise plan to update it for what we now would say is our vision for the downtown area. I do appreciate, as I said earlier, the change to make the ground floor all commercial so that it is active on all sides. It had been active in the past in the building that's there, and so I don't see why that can't be repeated. So I appreciate that change. I'm definitely not happy about the removal of the trees. We've certainly heard a lot about that tonight. I appreciate that it was looked at on how to save those trees. And I still wish we could find a way to do that. But it sounds like that's not going to be possible, which is really, really frustrating. Because like I said, I think, you know, we might have done something different had we had an opportunity to update the downtown precise plan. I do have, you know, I feel like now I'm getting down to details that, you know, in the whole scheme of things are very minor details, but I think they would help make the project a little bit more consistent with the look and feel of downtown. And I have talked to the applicant about this as well as some folks on staff. And first, I want to make sure that the lighting in the plaza is pleasing and consistent with a nice atmosphere downtown. I, you know, am not looking for sparkly lights that remind me of, I don't know, a different city. I feel like it has to be warm and inviting. And so I would propose a condition for the applicant to work with staff to modify the plaza lighting in terms of the color and not necessarily the location, because there are pole lights, there's lighting like underneath the planters in the seating area, and there are a couple other lights. I didn't so much mind the fixtures, it was the colors. So I think we need to make sure that those are pleasing and can have a nice atmosphere downtown. So that would be a condition that they would continue to work with city staff on that.
Councilmember Matichak, is it okay if we take these one at a time just so we're able to accurately capture your recommendations?
Yep, so that was
so maybe
the first proposal. First proposal.
We'll come, but just really quickly checking with staff, does that need to be a condition for approval? And then I'd have to check with the maker of the motion if that's an amenable modification. And then do we also need to get the consent of the applicant to see if they're willing to accept these modifications voluntarily? So I think those are the three steps. So maybe RT or...
I could respond. Yes, we would like to add that as a condition. We don't believe this is a prohibitive requirement. And so I don't believe the applicant would object to it or has to be asked. It's just the color of the lighting. So it would just be the bulbs to make it more warm and inviting as opposed to having bluish or purplish lights, which sometimes, I guess that's what Councilmember Matichak was getting at. Yeah.
Okay. Can't say those purple pink lights looked great.
Okay, that's helpful. And then Councilmember Showalter, are you comfortable with that modification?
That's fine with me.
Okay, and me too. Councilmember Matichak.
Yep, so a second one would be, I thought the bike racks could be a little less industrial and more interesting without having an impact on, you know, the functionality of them, which is to safely secure your bike. So I would propose that the applicant work with staff to refine the bike racks to be less industrial and more artistic without negatively impacting their basic functionality.
That's fine with me.
We previously talked about clarifying for condition 14 that it's not the rooftop deck, but it is the terraces or the deck, whatever you want to call it, on the 3rd and 4th floor, that the conditions that were listed as applying to the rooftop deck actually apply to those terraces. And probably the biggest one for me is the centerpiece in the plaza. I would, I know this doesn't fall under the purview of the Visual Arts Committee because it's private art, not public art. But I do feel like it could be improved upon. It looks, we have a lot of art throughout the city that is something on the top of like a column or a pole. And I think it could be something other than that. Something that is interesting and engaging and is different than other art we have throughout the city. And I would recommend that we have the applicant continue to work with staff to find some artwork that is, as I said, more interesting and artistic and isn't something on a pole. When I met with the applicant, I was showing them some things that I thought were really nice. I'm not the expert, but I'm sure we can come up with something that is better than I think what is being proposed. And then the other condition that we talked about, and I don't have all of the wording, the applicant read it. I would propose that that be incorporated as well regarding the parking.
If I may read that, just for clarification, the parking management plan will also address measures, and this is 16B, to maximize the project's office tenants, guests, and visitors will park in the parking structure, not on the surrounding public streets. If the city manager or his or her designee, and we can replace that, Dawn and I will talk between the two of us, we could name the community development director and or the public works director instead. Determine this goal is not being met and there are documented and persistent parking issues in the downtown area that are related to the project's office uses. The applicant will cooperate with the city to encourage the project's office tenants, guests, and visitors to park in the parking structure and not on the surrounding public streets, including education, enforceable lease terms, on-site parking management and enforcement, a designated contact for parking-related complaints or similar additional on-site parking management measures to encourage on-site parking. So you could see that typed up on a slide.
So I would propose we include that. And let's see, now I can't see everybody to see if the maker of the motion and the seconder are okay with that. But now I can't, thank you. Okay. Shoot. Oh, I know. I had one more question. And actually this was part of the public comments. The parking for retail, is that for the employees of the retail as well as the customers of the retail?
Our understanding is that the parking, and Diana can confirm this, the parking study reviewed the parking needs for all the uses, including employees and customers.
So the actually the parking study done by Hexagon reviewed it for the office parking spaces only. But the parking standards that are in place in the downtown precise plan, which is the city standards, it includes, it considers for both the employees and the retail visitors or the customers as well.
So is whoever the tenants are in the retail, are they also subject to a TDM?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber, is it okay if Councilmember Kamei and I take a turn and then we'll come back for a second round? Thank you. Councilmember Kamei?
Great. Thanks, Mayor. So I have a couple comments as well. So I feel torn about this project as well. I think that we as a city, as a council, set forward a general plan, precise plans to let people know our vision and to create some predictability. However, things change over time, and this is why we're looking at revising our downtown precise plan, because we'll get form compliant projects that are no longer, I think, the fit for where the city and the community are going. And it leads to, I think, frustration for council, frustration for our residents. And I think that led to a lot of the questions that we asked. So, I think in terms of appealing to colleagues and to staff, I think that there are things that we can do. One of them, and I was heartened to hear, is we tonight adopted our biodiversity plan on consent. As part of that, as a follow-up, staff seemed to answer me that we can look at our heritage tree ordinance and how we'd like that to go forward. I think that we really need to make a concerted effort to prioritize this as we're looking at developments all across our city. And so I think as much as we can expedite that review, I think the better for our city and the better for our residents who continue to ask us to prioritize this. And yet we seem to be in situations where our hands are tied. So really like to do that. Another thing that I think that the city can do is the issue of the noticing. If we've learned anything over the course of the pandemic, it's that we need to be proactive as much as possible. And there's no such thing as over communication, we need to. And so I think expanding the radius and doing direct outreach to our neighborhood associations, the more the better, particularly as we're seeing projects that are going to affect different communities of our city. So I think those are things that I would like to see, and those are steps that the city and the council can take, given the feedback that we heard tonight and the feedback we have been hearing. But given that we have the downtown precise plan that we have, I feel like I appreciate Councilmember Matichek's suggestions as we're trying to do the best with what we can and pulling those levers where we can. So some additional things, I'll be supporting the conditions that Councilmember Matichek mentioned, and I know that the motion maker and the seconder also will be supporting those. But for the ground floor, the city is looking at an economic vitality strategy as well as a small business action plan. Given that the chamber is, adjacent to this property, I'd really like to be able to find ways where we can work on making sure that we have local businesses, making sure that we are implementing the results of our economic vitality strategy into this area. I think we constantly get feedback that we would love to see what we see on the 100 and 200 and 300 blocks of Castro expand beyond there. So I'd really like to use these two city plans as ways to make sure that we're activating. And I liked the idea of looking at a variety of different tenants, whether it could be potential childcare or whether it's a nonprofit space. I think there's a lot of different ways that we can go to make this a true community asset and community benefit. The only other thing that I'd like to add is the Transportation Demand Management Program says that reporting needs to be annual. I think given the feedback, given the reduction in parking, and given the additional condition that was proposed, I wonder if we can get something that's quarterly or something that's can give council a fuller picture of how the TDM program may be working. And I ask this because perhaps other projects will come forward wanting to do a reduction, a parking reduction. I really want us to be able to be tracking those metrics as we're seeing applicants do that. So that would be a request. I don't think that needs to be a condition, but I do think at least a quarterly report on how the TDM program is working on this site makes complete sense given the feedback and given the situation related to parking. And then kind of just an overall comment would be, you know, I'm hopeful too that this can be a relationship builder between the applicant and residents. I think our residents have really great ideas in terms of articulation of how to activate the ground floor, landscaping, and ways to bring greater biodiversity to the area. So I hope too that this can be an opportunity for the applicant to continue to communicate with residents, seek their feedback, so that this can be a community asset. So that's all I have. I don't think that any of those require anything additional, Mayor, but kind of turn to you and staff. Those are suggestions I would hope. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe a quick check-in with staff. Were there any of those recommendations, anything that would need to be included in the conditions or not?
I believe we're already going to be following up on the notice thing. It wouldn't be a condition for the project, but something for us to take back for future projects. Regarding the quarterly reports on the TDM program, and Don can corroborate this, we typically require a certain period of time to show that it's working. And typically we try to do it over the year. I know a year is used very often as a metric, but I haven't heard of quarterly reports because I think it can change season to season, right, Don?
Yes, your travel patterns can change from season to season, vacation period, and so on. Quarterly is a lot because there is a lot involved with counting and so on. I have seen situations, could consider twice a year for the first 2 years, for instance. I've seen situations like that, and where you say, okay, we've done it for 2 years, they're meeting the requirements, the TDM requirements, now they can go to annual reports. So that could be one possibility.
Councilmember Kamei, are you comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that. I mean, I appreciate that, and I think any data is better than no data. So appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. I'll take a quick turn and start by reiterating some good points made by Council Members Matichak and Kamei. The Council is not oblivious to the consternation that we've heard from the community, and we're constrained by rules and regulations that were approved many, many years ago. And while we have in our work plan an item to update the downtown precise plan, we haven't been able to complete that update prior to reviewing this application. And I think it may be fair to walk through, at least at a high level, why couldn't we simply make findings to justify denial? And the answer to that question is the findings have to be based on substantial evidence in the public record. We can't simply state that the project doesn't conform or that the heritage tree removal permit doesn't meet the stated criteria. We have to provide evidence to substantiate that. And if we don't, then there is a legal risk, and there's a probability that a court would find that our findings are not substantiated, and then we would likely be required to approve the project. And in my opinion, one of the things we would risk is if a court were to order us to approve the project, we may not get the voluntarily provided public access to the first floor of parking. So there's a voluntarily provided community benefit that would probably be lost if we were not able to substantiate the findings that we would provide in a denial. And it's very difficult to make those findings because we have in the public record the findings that staff prepared, which support approval of the project. And it's no easy feat for a council to, on the fly, produce findings and evidence that contradict the findings that have already been made by our professional staff. So that's, I think, why the council is constrained and why we have the motion that we do on the floor. You know, it is no easy thing to make findings to justify a denial. But I think having said that, I think what is pretty clear is we all agree that the downtown precise plan appears to be producing outcomes not supported by the community. And therefore, I think we're all committed to reviewing the downtown precise plan to help shape the evolution of downtown in a way that conforms more to the expectations of our residents. So I think that is sort of the status of this discussion. Councilmember Lieber, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I won't be supporting the motion. I think it's really regrettable, so many of the different elements that have come together in this. The fact that there has not been a widely noticed public hearing before the one that's presented to us tonight. And the fact that I think we're all pretty much in agreement in knowing that our downtown precise plan is not what it should be. It's very difficult to kind of play catch up when the transparency that we expect has not been there. And I think that we really owe it to our constituents to change our noticing rules, to ensure that we're each accountable for not allowing meetings to take place and negotiations to take place outside of the public view, which was the case for a number of years with this property. And I just am really appreciative of the work that's been put into the motion, but I can't personally support it because I don't think it's the right thing for our community. And I recognize that it's difficult when it's a repeat player in the community, when there are certain factors out there. But I think that this really makes it incumbent on all of us to do the necessary cleanup work and to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Because this is basically semi-permanent at this corner. It's not going to change in the foreseeable future. And this is not something that's supported by the community at large. So I appreciate the commitment from the council members to go back and run cleanup on this situation so that we can really ensure that this doesn't unfold in this same way again.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Dawn, go ahead.
Thinking back on the last discussion we just had about TDM reporting, if you do want us to put in the requirement that for the first 2 years, they're going to report every 6 months and then may go to an annual report if they're meeting the trip reduction targets, that really does need to be part of the motion because it changes the condition of approval.
And a question for staff. I know sometimes we do need to seek the voluntary compliance of the applicant. In this case, is the incremental cost pretty trivial, or should we invite the applicant to see if they're amenable to that change?
I would say the former.
Okay. And I don't see anyone raising their hand in the public, in the audience from the applicant team. So Councilmember Showalter, are you comfortable with that modification?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, and I'm comfortable with that as well. Thank you, Don, for the clarification. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, then, Councilmember Showalter, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add comments about the trees. Councilmember Kamei talked a lot about how in the biodiversity plan, we are going to be reconsidering the heritage tree ordinance, and that's true. And that's really important because on so many projects in the last year, what people have gotten just incredibly upset about is the trees. And I think that here we are in this 20-year mega drought, and we're all watching trees and properties. I mean, I know I've lost 5 trees in my backyard due to an infestation that's related to the drought. And we've just all seen lots of trees go. And we know how important trees are to, to our community and for climate change protection and just the beauty of our community. So we know that that's really important. So another thing I just wanted to mention is how important it is that not only do we consider the downtown precise plan, but revisiting the heritage tree plan and how we can encourage our canopy, increase our canopy. I mean, those are signals we have heard from our community loud and clear, and they're very important. So I hope nobody takes away from this discussion that we didn't hear that. We have heard that. It's just that in this situation, a great deal of care has been taken to see if these particular trees could be saved, and unfortunately they can't. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to go forward with an important redo of the heritage tree ordinance and a system to increase our canopy even faster than we planned. So let's have the vote.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions or comments, then I'll ask the city clerk to conduct the vote.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
No.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the members of the public for remaining with us so late to provide their comment. And also, I want to thank the staff and my council colleagues for a good and robust discussion on a very challenging topic. I don't know if we need a motion to continue past 10 a.m. We do have some remaining items. I'll go ahead and make the motion just in case. I'll move to continue the meeting past 10 a.m. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. And we'll do the roll call for that as well.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes, but it's 10 p.m.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Sholter?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. It's late, but it's not that late. Then we shall move to council staff committee reports. Are there any? Councilmember Showalter.
I'm sorry to have to do this so late, but the city generously paid for me to attend the National League of Cities summer meeting. I serve on the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee, and that's when the policy meeting takes place. So since I've expended those funds, I need to tell you about it, in spite of the fact that it's late. The meeting was in Atlanta, and it was at the end of July. And basically the purpose is to put together the policies that the National League of Cities will advocate on related to the environment and energy. And we have a whole, there's a 60-page book essentially of them. And but they haven't changed a great deal from last year, but there were some policies that didn't make it through last year related to coal. And so this year we are redoing those to, to hopefully make them able to pass. We've gotten some people from coal country to go over the policies with us, and hopefully they'll pass muster. But the major take-home message from all I heard was really that there is a lot of funding coming down from Washington. Much of it will be distributed through states from the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, or the bill. We heard that at the National League of Cities Congressional Conference in March, but the message was given again. And they've gotten, since it passed several months ago, a lot has been done to talk about the specific programs and how the implementation will go forward and how you can apply for those funds. And the National League of Cities really sees this as a huge part of their job for the next year, to help the cities across America access these huge funding sources. So they've created this hub, this localinfrastructure.org hub, and it literally has online curriculum for 30 programs to help cities figure out how to get grant money. And then there are, there's one-on-one assistance available for cities that would like to take help in following up on the grant. So I wanted to mention that to everybody. There was a summary presentation that the staffer from NLC gave us on the advocacy that they had done all year. I'll share that with you tomorrow in an email. And we also had an interesting presentation on cybersecurity issues related to water and wastewater plants. And I'll share that with you as well. Apparently cybersecurity is, I guess we all know this, but it's ubiquitous. And so a great deal, the FBI is working very hard, as are our city staff. So up and down the whole government structure is working very hard to figure out ways to protect us from these cybersecurity threats that apparently come in hourly. So I will share that presentation with you as well. And it was really a great experience to meet with people who were so enthusiastic about policy issues around the country. And if any of you were thinking about signing up for some of the policy committees that NLC has, I'd certainly be glad to share with you what my experiences were. Thanks. Does anybody have any questions? Not this late? Okay. You can call me if you'd like to talk about it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I failed to mention at our last meeting that I participated in a board meeting of the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency on July 21st. Things have changed so quickly. I feel like I don't have anything to report out from that because, the situation has changed since then. I also participated recently in a meeting of the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission, and we continue to work on an update to the comprehensive land use plan for the San Jose Airport. When San Jose Airport changes their master plan, we have to change the CLUP, as we call it, the comprehensive land use plan, based upon their new master plan. And we're in the process of doing that and doing the environmental assessment on that. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I just feel duty bound to respond to Councilmember Showalter's report by saying that back in 2002, there was a young detective in Mountain View PD named Chris Shung who uncovered an Al-Qaeda plot to attack communication systems in America, as well as water infrastructure and electrical infrastructure. And I think he was really one of the first to put those traces together and to put our nation on alert. So we can be proud of that.
Thank you. And Councilmember Showalter and Councilmember Matichak, you reminded me, I also failed to report something in accordance with City Council Policy A2, I guess it is. I need to disclose that I attended the Mayor's Innovation Project in Tacoma, Washington. That was also taxpayer funded. I think the conference was August 4th through 6th, and it included a number of presentations on zoning reform and using data to achieve equity goals. Very interesting set of presentations. I learned a lot, and there were a bunch of materials that were provided that I'm happy to share with members of the council or staff. Are there any other reports? If not, then we'll proceed to the next item, closed session report. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
There's no closed session report out tonight.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you again for joining us. The next City Council meeting will be held on September 13th, 2022. Until then, stay healthy. The meeting is adjourned at 11:45 p.m. Have a good evening.